Hello? If you can hear me, can you please type a 1 in chat? Oh, I'm over here just yapping to myself. You couldn't hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, so you can hear me. Awesome. Okay. Now that that fiasco is over with, um, let's see. How about this? Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't like myself all big. So I'd like to say welcome in the practice room. Welcome in Get to Know. It's good to see you. Welcome in Harley Dad, Opa's Angel, Freedom X. It's good to see you. Hearts Black Holes Forever. Good to see you. Sun Honey, welcome, welcome, love. Mwah. Slayer 768, welcome in. If you have a channel, please put your channel link in the chat for me. If you cannot at the moment, one of my mods will do it for you. If you would like your channel link put in the chat, um, just type an L so then the channel moderators can drop your link for you. We will be having a guest up, Get to Know. Today's discussion is going to be about how to deal and how to cope with trauma from SA or DV or abuse in general. And I will be doing a quick recap on my situation and what happened to me and my family. And then we will move on to how I've learned to cope and deal with things, which isn't always good. Harley Dad, are you not a moderator yet? Hold on just 1 second, hon. Let me make you one. There you go, Harley Dad. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't know that you weren't a moderator. Black Holes Forever, add as a moderator. She can drop her link in chat. Practice room. There you go. I believe Freedom X is already a moderator. Sweet. Okay. I think we have everybody. If I didn't catch you, I'm sorry. You're welcome. Stoned every day. Good to see you. What up? What up? Yes, Harley's a mod. You won't get banned. So the only thing I do ask is that you check your ego at the door and your drama at the door. Keep your drama out of here. Keep your ego out. This is a very sensitive, this channel has a really sensitive subject. So it's not a place to bring your ego or an attitude. So, you may or may not understand, but I will do my best to make sure that you do. Listening, but eating. Me too. Shh. So while I was listening to the amazing Get to Know, as always, I was making my dinner. So sometimes I will be calmed down. So forgive me, but a girl's got to eat. I don't need any other disorders. I already got PTSD, CPTSD. I don't need any other issues. D-Lo Flow Show. Welcome in, D-Lo Flow. Let's see. Here's Slayer. Slayer is a moderator. D-Lo Flow, if you could, can you please drop your link in chat? Sun Honey. Do you have a channel, Sun Honey? Here, I made you moderator too. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Of course. This is, you know, my channel, I do gaming. Okay. So I do gaming, but my gaming is based on just helping bring awareness. Like, you know, say I come across some people like I play with a okay, I won't say it that way. That sounded really weird. So a lot of times when I'm gaming, kids come on and, you know, I always make sure I tell them, "Hey, you know, don't give out your personal information to anybody. Just be careful, you know, don't give up too much information and don't let anybody abuse you or whatever." You know, just helping them be aware of like how dangerous the internet can be because it can be very dangerous. I have kids and I would only hope and pray that other adults would watch out for my children as much as I would watch out for someone else's and make sure that they're okay. So, I will be doing like my gaming will be done on certain days. And then my serious talks, my podcasts like this will be done on certain days. And then, of course, we are always going to have bingo. Bingo is Wednesday and Friday. Um, and then don't forget, this coming weekend, we have a giveaway to do. So keep that in mind. Put that in your calendar. And if we have at least 15 paying players, we're going to do a $100 giveaway this weekend instead of just a 50. Says, I'm not sure who asked me to add them to games, but I didn't know them. I felt weird adding them unless I know them. Exactly. So, and it helps protect you as, you know, especially if you do shows on YouTube, it helps protect you from, you know, people acting crazy and stupid. And then just, you know, if you do end up with a kid in your gaming group, you know, just hold a place in your heart for them to, you know, help keep them safe because they're young and they don't know. Yes. So here, let me start at the top of the chat and go through chat, everyone's comments, because I would like to get caught up. So Practice Room asked if I was going to have a recap of my story. Yes, I am. Perfect. I'm interested in hearing. Hope all is well tonight. Wink, wink. We'll be done in about 10 minutes. Oh, it's okay. Get to know. I was enjoying listening. Harley Dad swinged in. He's so sweet. Harley Dad, if you're still here, can you please drop your channel link in the chat? Opa Angel. Hello, everyone. Get to know said hello to everyone as well. Freedom X, awesome gamer. Check him out. Freedom X, please drop your link in chat. And then we have Harley Dad said bingo card number 69. He he he. Harley Dad, are you going to be here for our next round of bingo? I hope so. Yes, please smash that like and subscribe button. If you are not subscribed, I do believe, oh, do I have that on? I might not have that on today. I know you got done early. I thought I was going to have like another half hour. TPR's in the house. Bonus likes installed. What is that? I know. I'm sorry. You know what? I forgot to turn on my mic. Yeah. So I was over here just yapping away to myself, acting like a freaking hooligan. Go figure. I'm always a hooligan. It's lagging. Inky's voice cracked. Are you making fun of me? So if you haven't yet, please put your link in chat so everyone can connect. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you so much, Stoned Every Day. And you know, I think I there is a section in our YouTube studio that shows, you know, when you've been tagged in something. which I recently found. And I wanted to apologize to everyone that has been dropping my link for my shows because I didn't see that until today. And I had to go through, I think it was like 30 of them, you guys. Thank you so much. 30 of them and say, thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I was like so embarrassed that I just realized that there was a section on there. I felt so sheepish. How are you doing? I am doing good. Okay, that's links. Yes, yes. Welcome to pay the therapy copay. you know, you know, you know. A lot of us have been through therapy just to get our brain straight. And this, if you want to share your story about, how you've dealt with your trauma, it doesn't even have to be about SA or DV. It could just be, say cyber trauma or trauma from surgery or just how you yourself deal with trauma. Um, because there's people out there that don't know how to deal with trauma and they have turned to, illicit use. So it's always good to, be able to help others in their way of learning how to deal with things or, advice on how to deal with things. And if you want to share your story, you're welcome to come up. You still can't hear me get to know? Thank you. Thank you. Aw. Okay, there's a link. She said, do 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 do. SL, mom. Oh, and it's Nez. Hi, Nez. Mwah. Sister Nez. I think that's so cute. I love it. I love it. Ryan calls us all brother and sister, and I think it's the most adorable thing I've ever seen. It may have been me, D'Lo. I don't know. Mine's under Inky. So if you ever get a request from Inky, it's probably me. Kitchen Lab. That sounds like fun. Planning to do a series of lives soon in the Kitchen Lab. So is it going to be about like just all cooking? I love food. I have such an affair with food. I guess that's another way to cope. Yeah, it's always better safe than sorry. For real. Mhm. You have to. You have to, Opa. I think I'm almost caught up, you guys. I'm sorry. Yes, I do. Thank you, hearts. Okay. Oh, I made it to the bottom. Okay. I will stay watching you even if I don't win. Aw. Mwah. Bingo is fun. You ought to try it. It's only a $10 buy-in and you get the opportunity to win, quite a bit of money. On the 4th game, every time I do bingo, someone wins 25. And then on the weekends, we do a $50 giveaway. But that ante was up to $100 if we have 15 paying players. And if you bring 3 paying players, you get to play for free. Blood Dragon, it's so good to see you. Yeah, I may need get to know up here sooner than later. I was planning on doing the first portion of it by myself. But I do get really, really emotional and it's a hard topic. It's really, really hard to talk about sometimes. And I get in my little feels. Oh, canning, preserving. Missy, Missy. Yes, if someone could drop Kaylee's link, if you haven't dropped it yet, Kaylee, please do. You need to check her out. She does a lot of true crime, missing persons. Kaylee, you're a mod. I know you're a mod. Yeah, you're a mod. Oh, yes, I will be dropping that. So here is the panel link. You making fun of me? Okay, there is the panel link. So let me do this copy. Let me put it in back chat so I don't have to keep hunting it down. Okay. So I will give you a little back history while we wait for our lovely panel guests to come up. So abuse for me started when I was fairly young. I lost my mother at a very, very, very young age, and so I was raised by my grandmother, who was very, very, very old fashioned. Welcome, welcome in. Get to know. I hope I didn't freeze. I don't hear him.
Hello?
Yep, now I hear you. Okay.
Hello.
Mm. So I was raised by, oh, here's Miss Kaylee. I love her too.
What's up, Kaylee?
Hi, hello. How are you doing?
All my favorite peoples. So my mom passed away when I was very, very young. And so I was raised by my grandmother, who was raised very old fashioned. And she didn't know reserve when it comes to spanking your kids. You know, she took that whole spare your rod, spoil your child to the limit. And so abuse did start at a very young age. And when that happens, we become accustomed to that type of abuse and we end up in situations that are very much like we get older, abusive relationships. And that alone um, was a fear for me. So I was just that opposite person where I wouldn't even date somebody if we didn't get along almost constantly. Like, if there was any kind of dispute, like, I would be out the door. I went through more boyfriends than I probably have bras and underwear in my lifetime. So, um, like, if they just smarted off to me, I would be, like, out, exit stage left. No ifs, ands, or buts. Um, and I came across a situation where I was getting older and it was completely different, where I was kind of scared to leave and I wasn't sure how to handle it. I didn't wanna be alone. I was in a very, awkward position as far as, um, I was carrying a child, and, you know, when you're put in a position that of uncertainty and insecurity mixed together is set up for a nightmare, period. It is good to have you up, Kaylee. It's so nice to have you up.
Yes, yes.
Get to know it's very nice to have you up. Practice room says it's okay, be emotional.
If you,
No, I don't wanna mess up my eyelashes.
Only when you laugh.
Only when I laugh. Yeah, I want my makeup to be messed up because 'cause I'm laughing, not because 'cause I'm crying.
and I just don't want
Isn't
my
isn't
makeup
that a
ever messed up.
isn't that a song?
Shut up.
Um,
Why?
so
Maybe it's
y
Maybelline.
I know, right? I thought Maybelline
Shit's
wasn't supposed to
expensive.
come off. Yeah,
Waterproof my
You
remember
know me.
butt.
If somebody can
yeah,
fuck
I was
something
gonna
up,
say,
it's me.
remember, did they have that waterproof makeup?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, the smudge proof. It's always smudged. Like my guy
Yeah.
liner.
Oh,
My
yeah,
guy
they would,
liner
like
never stayed on straight.
they would jump in the
Yep.
pool and come out and be like, "Oh, it's Maybelline."
Yeah. Yep.
ah,
Look like he just got hit in the face with a 4x4. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to star that comment so I know where I left off in comments. Um, so I'm trying to give the shortened version of the situation before we move on into how I've coped with it, and then everybody else can share a little bit or what they want of how they've learned to cope with it. And the coping part once you figure out, God bless you, because I'm still
Yeah.
figuring it out. I can only
I
tell you what I've learned to date, up to date,
listen.
on
I'm
how
up
to
here
cope,
because I thought I was about to get some trade secrets or something. Like
right?
what you figured it out? Because I learn
I got
all
some
the
trades.
time
I got some trade
just
secrets.
how much I haven't dealt with it because some little thing that'll be really minute will like trigger the freak out of me and hash it all back up. And I'm like, oh, well, apparently there is some stuff not dealt with because that should not have done that.
Right, and
Yeah.
that's exactly what that means. That's exactly what it means. And sometimes, not necessarily here, on this platform, I think I've only done it maybe twice, but, for those that are close to me in my vicinity of, being able to reach out and have a phone call or, that I've lived with, have had to deal with it on a more abundant basis because I will get on that train and then I can't get off that train. And then I'm stuck on that train of rehashing everything that I've been through in like a 2-hour period. And then all of a sudden I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I just like let down on not letting someone down, but let down like all my emotions just purged. And this person just had to absorb all that negativity and everything that happened to me all over again. It's not like they haven't heard the story. They have heard the story. And the problem is my inability to learn to not do that with other people. So it can be frustrating for others that are around you, like especially if they are not, um, empathetic, because they'll be
Yeah.
like, "You're on that choo-choo train again." I
Oh,
know,
that's a
let me
trigger
that's
for me.
oh, I'm
Oh.
telling you, I know. Oh, do I know, I
Well, it
know.
happened. Well, it happened so long ago. Why don't you just get over it already?
Oh,
That's my favorite
yeah.
one. That's
Oh,
my
yeah,
or
favorite one to hear.
or why do you do this to yourself?
yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you
Yeah.
rehashing this again?
You
Mhm.
You
mean
know
you're
where
going to
this
relive it
leads.
every single day of your life?
You
Yeah.
know where
Are
this
you ever gonna get
leads.
over it? Mhm.
Oh
Exactly.
man, get me from 0 to 100 real quick.
Oh, me too.
Right?
Me too. I'm right there with you on that one, Kaylee. You want to see me go from fucking from chubby guy to fucking bullet in half a second? Go ahead and tell me just to get over it. Yeah, I'll show you how fast I
It
get over things.
and what people don't understand is, when it comes to long-term physical abuse, sexual abuse, sexual assault, rape, any of those types of, traumas don't just go away overnight. So they will
It's
creep up
heavy.
in your sleep. They will creep up, for instance, for those that have been on my channel for a while know that my daughter has been through it and my oldest son went through it. So it wasn't like I just dealt with it with one child and myself. No, I dealt with it with two children and myself. So with my oldest, his creeped up on him in his mid 20s. And he couldn't understand why he had these fatal nightmares. He couldn't understand who this person was because he couldn't remember until he asked me. He was like, "Mom, who was this redhead?" She had like long red hair. And I was like, "That was a babysitter." And he was like, "Oh, well, this is what happened." And I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" And my son's situation, my oldest, is not one that I've ever really talked about because there was never a case behind it. He didn't tell me until way later, until recently, in the last 5 years. So it's not like I could really do a whole lot. Um, I don't even, I really don't even, I know her name, but I wouldn't know how to find her to have anything done at this point. But it did affect him as a young adult. And I say young adult because when you're in your mid 20s, you're a young adult. You're an adult.
Yeah.
You could vote, you could drink, you could go to jail. But mentally, I kid you not, I don't even think I was mentally mature until I was like 35,
I'm
at
still
least
not fully.
35.
I'm still not fully mature.
Well, and some like I had a gentleman on here the other day, and some people get offended when I say like, "Oh, you're a youngin," because they don't realize that their brain isn't mature. Like you don't have 50 years of life experience behind you,
Yeah.
but you may have a lot of street experience up to date. You know,
Yo.
Kaylee has had a lot of life experience in her very young age. She's had to deal with a lot. So when I think of her, I think of her as a more mature young woman. Like, you know what I mean? Like her emotions have had to learn to mature and learn how to cope and deal with things way sooner than they should have.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
there's things that she
Like,
had to learn just like you, just like me,
yep.
and I'm sure quite a few people in chat, those that don't want to admit it, those that do, it's up to you. But those that have had to deal with abuse and those types of things had to have learned to coping mechanisms as a child or a young adult. Is that
No doubt.
is your little thing like doing this on your screen?
Doing what?
Your little icon
Yeah.
on your
Oh, yeah,
screen?
yeah.
You know this means I love you
Or
in
rock
sign
on.
language. This means rock on.
Oh,
This
well,
means
then
I
good.
love
I
you in
love
sign language.
everybody. Except, well, no. I'm even learning to love the people that irk my soul because everybody is, it's more heavy on you to carry animosity and hatred. Like, for me personally, like, I'm just now learning probably in the last, I'd say 2, 3-ish years. I'm just now like realizing and coming to the reality that a lot of stuff that I encountered in everyday life as a kid was abuse because I had no idea that was normal. And it's kind of like I went through this phase where it was like, holy crap, that was abuse and that was bad. And I'm mad now. I'm really angry. And probably in the last year ish, I've kind of just started slowly letting a lot of it go. And Inky has been a big part of that process, especially with my mom, like forgiving her for me, which is not easy. And I'm not going to say I've done it all the way because there's still little things that just I'm not willing to do, like let her know that I've forgiven her. But for myself, like I'm not carrying it anymore, if that makes sense.
Right. And people get offended when I'm like, you need to forgive them. Not for them, but for you.
Yeah, it took me a minute to even understand and grasp like what that meant. And I definitely was like, what are you talking about? Did I just tell you everything that she did and you're telling me to forgive her? You freaking jerk face. But, I had to sit back and like, take in what you were actually saying. And I'm just a researcher anyway and start doing my own research. And when I'm like, okay, well, this makes sense, and kind of there was a religious thing that I kind of stumbled upon and kind of let God into my life. This was all like around the same time, and it kind of
Mhm.
it was just a very raw healing thing, to just let it go. Like, I know it sounds cliche, but man, it was so refreshing to just let it go, even if nobody knows but me. Like, I feel 10 times lighter, like, if that even makes sense. I know that's another cliche thing.
And for those that are not like religious bound or, spiritually bound, whatever you would like to call it in chat, just ask spirit. You don't have to say God, just ask spirit, give me the strength to forgive that person so I can heal. You, the person, can heal. Because we have our, people that are religious, people that are not religious, agnostic, whatever. You still have to be able to heal. And if you don't heal, it will turn into rage and violence when you get older.
Yep.
And bitterness. And who wants to be
Mhm.
that person?
Like, and
Exactly.
it's not the most easiest thing to do. I mean,
No.
it's been 34 years, 30 now. It's been 30 years since I was violated as a child, and I'm still trying to figure out how to forgive this man for what he did. Even though sorry about that. Even though I know it's I'm not forgiving him for him, I'm forgiving him for me. But
Oh, see, I ain't even touched on that. I'm nowhere near like forgiveness on that subject. I'm talking about my mom for being a jerk, and most of the stuff I
yeah,
didn't realize was abuse. But hopefully, and I definitely commend you for being able to do that. And hopefully one day I can be sitting in that same spot. But right now, like, I'm not even willing to consider that. Not even a little bit. No freaking, but it's a lot fresher for me. I think the 10-year anniversary was like a few months ago, so it's still real fresh for me. So I got 20 more years before I'll even think about that. Not seriously, but just not today for sure.
So, with that being said, I didn't I think I've touched on this part before is I didn't know as a child, um, you know, what abuse was, and a lot of us don't. We just know, well, this might not be comfortable or this doesn't feel it feels awkward. You know what I mean? But we may not know exactly what is wrong because that kind of stuff back in the 70s was brushed under the rug. They didn't talk about it. Um, I did catch in here that Nez said, I had one of those things happen to me. And I'm sorry, Nez. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I truly am. But I am glad that you're here. Um, and I had a babysitter. And I'll just tell you what happened. Like the physical part didn't happen with me. It did happen to my sister. Um, I only saw it with my eyes. But I think I was telling you guys about the Raggedy Ann and Andy wallpaper and the King Tut um, and his wife statues that were in my room. And then Raggedy Ann and Andy would jump off the wallpaper. And on their phone, this is when we were talking about the rotary phones. And on the rotary phone, on the centerpiece of the dial, they had that pentagram on there. And I remember he would stand. So this is a trigger warning for those of you in chat, or on panel for that matter. Um, he would stand in front of the front door to make sure that nobody would come in the house without him knowing. And he would like strip down and, take care of business while we had to be like sitting or looking provocative. I'll put it that way. Yeah. And I think I was about 5, between 4 and 5. But I remember it. And so the things it's funny how I've asked get to know before. I was like, go back in your past and tell me something that made you happy in your past. What was like the happiest moment? Do you remember that get to know?
I really don't have any.
And he said he didn't have any. Now, one of the reasons why is because when we have things that are traumatic that happen to us, they override everything. And those are what becomes our consciousness. Sorry, I'm trying to eat, so I just burped. I'm sorry. Um, that's what becomes that red flag, that trigger in our brain before we knew what a red flag or a trigger was. We just knew something wasn't right. And you may not have been able to pinpoint it. It's kind of like the physical abuse. Like I was whipped from my neck to my ankles with a switch. And I had to go to school the next day in junior high with bloody welts from my neck to my ankles. And you had to dress out for PE. And I will never forget the last time that, she put her hands on me. Like she went to whip me and I kicked her. And I go, it doesn't hurt anymore. And that's when I realized this isn't right. What's going on in that home dynamic was not right. And I swore up and down I would never spank my kids when I was angry. I would never, ever, ever discipline them when I was upset. And my kids knew if they could get me to laugh, they weren't going to get disciplined. And let me tell you, my oldest, he worked that. He'd be like, please don't say two. And of course, I'd start laughing. So, at any rate, we use those red flags as those things that have happened, those traumas that have happened to us later through life. And you'll be like, oh, I didn't like the way that made me feel. That made me feel a type of way. I don't think it's right. And then we take that into our future relationships, friendships. We have a hard time connecting to other people. We have more of a wall that is put up between your emotions and those that you connect with. Like no matter how much, like, well, Kaylee snuck in there. She's a little weasel. I'm going to tell you now, she's going to sneak into your all's heart. So just be careful because she's funny, she's sweet, and she has real life issues that has, hurt her and made her real. So she's going to get to you. So go check her out on her channel. She's sweet, sweet, sweet girl. I know she's like, you're talking about me like I'm not here.
Yeah,
At any rate.
I'm like the little bunny from Bambi.
Are you Twitter baited?
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Golly.
Golly, I think he's Twitter baited.
Stop it.
So as we get older, we have issues on, building those close emotional ties because it's something we either didn't get as a kid or the ones that we had were destroyed by abuse. So you're scared to get attached to somebody else. You're like, if I let this person in, they're going to hurt me. And that's not healthy. It has taken me umpteen years. The only people I could truly, truly get attached to was my ex and my kids. Everybody else, there was one hand on the doorknob. Period. Made one mistake, I was out. I was gone.
See, that's so strange, and I find it interesting the way that people, choose to, kind of interpret their trauma into their own way. Because I was the opposite. I was like, I clinged on to shit that I probably should have hit the door on because I was like, no, this is a, this is a real connection, and you never know when I'm going to get it again. And heaven forbid, it's better than what I got before. So as long as it's not that bad, then, and I got myself in some pretty questionable situations and friendships and relationships that I know now looking back, like, oh my God, I would have hit the door with my knowledge now, I would have hit the door month number one, but I settled for the abuse because like I said, I'm just now realizing now as an adult that most of my childhood, if not all of it, was riddled with abuse, and I had no idea because when that's all and you're kind of sheltered in a sense, and you don't go out and around people and don't go around their families and see how their unit operates. And when you do, it's a culture shock. And then it's like traumatizing all over again. Cause it's like, well, first of all, I didn't know there was other things out there. I didn't know that wasn't how everybody lived. And then it makes you mad. Cause it's like, well, wait a second, why'd they get this? And I got this, what did I, and then it's just it's a whole process.
Mm-hmm.
But I clinged on to people that were abusive, almost like because it was normal for me, if that makes sense. Like almost like I was, the calmness was what I was scared of because I was used to chaos. And I know that sounds really crazy, but that's the only way I can think to describe it.
But that chaos to you was home.
Right.
So
and that, made me feel comfortable.
If you would have found someone that had that perfect little how life is supposed to be, where it's all peaceful, like, like Keeping Up with the Joneses kind of thing, like where, what is
it
that
triggered
show?
me.
It would trigger. I'm like, that makes
it's
me
messed
sick
up.
to my stomach.
I'm like,
yeah, like Keep Up with the Joneses. Why do they talk
like
nice to their kids?
pin a rose on your nose, like rub it in, why don't you? That's how I felt.
My girlfriend couldn't drive backwards. I love you.
And
I love you.
They're
Kimmy,
looking at me like, what's wrong with you?
God, I hope she doesn't watch this. Kimmy, I love you. But she couldn't drive backwards. She was so babied. So babied. I was like, man, what was that like? I didn't get to wear makeup until I was 18 years old. And then by then I chose not to until I was part of an industry that, you looked nice, you took care of yourself, etc., etc. I was 26 years old. 26 years old. I didn't even know how to do what is it called? Face framing or whatever they do with all the makeup they do now. Till now. I'm like 50. I don't want to go through all that work to try to look cute. Geez, now I just want to be able to crawl out of bed without everything cracking.
Okay. I'm just learning how to do that now.
Crawl out of bed or put your makeup on right.
Put my makeup on right.
So, I mean, if we were to be introduced into a lifestyle where of something that we were not familiar with or we're not raised by. It does. It's very triggering and people don't get it. Where someone's like, "But I love you. Don't you understand that?" And you're looking at them like, "That's not love. Not the kind of love I know." You know what I mean?
Right. You're waiting for the
shoe to drop.
stipulation. Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
gonna
Right. Well, if you love me, then I know. Then this is where it's headed. Because the last person, or the person that's supposed to nurture you and protect you, I know what their concept of love was, and it wasn't so warm and fuzzy. So it's almost like, ew, why would you say that to me? That's ew, like it almost changes the definition of the word to you. Like, even still now, I'm not a very touchy feely, like, physical contact. It freaks me out, honestly. Like, and God forbid, like, my husband is a godsend because he's so understanding, but I don't like it. I don't like PDA. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not an affectionate, lovey Debbie, and I know it's something I need to work on. I don't know. It can't say I'm any closer than I was yesterday, because honestly, like, just thinking about it right now, it like freaks me out. Like, I start getting anxious and it's weird. It makes me feel weird because it's so foreign to me. Like, I can count on one hand as many times as a kid as I got hugged or like at a girl. Like, it's just, so it's very weird to me. It's like, what are you doing? Stop! Don't touch me.
Mm-hmm. I completely understand. I can concur. And when they would hug you, it would be like, "I'm sorry. I know I got a little too rough."
No, mine wouldn't even do that.
It was like they did it out of guilt. It wasn't like they did it out of,
yeah, it was
"Well, you did a
disingenuous.
really good job at school today. Oh, you're such a good kid." No, it wasn't
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, right. It was
Yeah.
always, I mean, straight A's, and she'd still find a way to tear it apart. And, oh, you could have did this better. Like, how do you get better than an A? Like, please, and but God forbid you say that out loud and you're catching a backhand.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll tell you this little story. It'll be kind of funny, but it's not funny. I mean, it is kind of funny to me now, and I can joke about it, but then it wasn't funny. I mean, I have really good ducking abilities. I'm sure Kaylee does too. Maybe Get to Know does too.
Hey, I'm a ducker
Someone
like no
flinched the
other. I'll
wrong
tell
way and
you
I
what.
ducked. So my grandmother had made my sister and I love country cooking. She made us some fried potatoes, eggs, bacon, gravy. Oh my gosh, it was so good. But she had an ant problem. And I remember that there was some ants inside the cooking oil because she's old fashioned. She saved the bacon grease and all that stuff in a can. And so I had mentioned it to my sister. I was like, "Man, I hope she didn't use the oil that was on the stove. It had, piss ants in it." And I was only like 13, maybe 14 when this happened. And you can't laugh. You have to promise me you can't laugh. So we're sitting down at the table and I'm getting ready. I'm like, "Oh yeah, this is good." And I went to grab the pepper and I was like, "Did you already pepper my food already?" My sister was like, "No," because I like salt and pepper on my eggs. And I was like, "Wait, does your pepper have legs? Because mine does." Get it? Because there was ants got deep fried into my eggs and potatoes. Anyways, so yeah, good girl. Kaylee didn't laugh. She muted herself. I know she's rolling right now. Man, I tried to explain that my pepper had legs to my grandmother, and man, that backhand came across that table. "No, it doesn't." I'm like, I smarted off, and it was probably the last time I smarted off. I think you need to get your glasses checked because my pepper has legs.
Oh, Lord,
She
have
hauled off.
mercy.
She hauled
Taste
off
blood.
and hit me. Yep. And I was like, "Yeah, I guess I'm just going on a diet." And I stopped eating her cooking because I didn't want to fight with her.
That's the worst thing you could do to a Southern woman is insult her food, and that's what you did by saying that.
Her ass
I'd
was
have
from
ate the damn ants.
Oklahoma.
I'd have ate the damn ants and not even said shit. I'd have been like,
You're gonna
Extra
sit here. You're
protein.
gonna eat that goddamn bacon I just made you.
You ungrateful little twit.
Hmm. Yeah,
You look at that, I'll take
yeah.
you and
And
sell you on the
uh,
fish market.
hey, John, I just want to let you know I had to sit at that dinner table and eat that food, knowing there was piss ants in it. And let me tell you, might as well as be as good as pepper because they are spicy.
Hell
If you
yeah.
haven't tried one yet, they are spicy. Ants are spicy. They were probably better than the pepper, just spicy wise. They're hot. Um, I don't know. I may drop internet. My camera dropped off, so that's kind of a hint that my internet might drop. At any rate, so that was like one story that it was funny, but it wasn't funny. As I got older, I was just like, that wasn't that wasn't very nice at all. You know, she could have just listened to me, right? She could have just been like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see him." No, that wasn't in her nature.
She knew they were in
So,
there.
so for instance, like with Kaylee, get to know and myself, that trauma runs real deep.
Yeah.
It goes back to
Like some of my
childhood.
first memories are of trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know how hard it is to try to live a halfway normal life to what you would think is a normal life, when all the memories you can drag up about your past is fucking trauma related.
Mm,
I
exactly.
can agree with that. Or the only ones that I have that are good that I would even be like not ashamed of talking about. Like they don't involve, or they were good because my family wasn't there and it was just me by myself, and something like with softball or school, and that's really embarrassing. Like when you look back, like, oh yeah, the only things that I can say that weren't traumatizing and wouldn't like traumatize people to hear is because my family wasn't there.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Which I
My wife
thought
and I are
as a
both sitting
kid
here
that was
saying we know what you're
traumatizing
talking
because
about.
they weren't there. I thought that was the trauma until I got older and realized, oh no, the trauma would have been them being there. But as a kid, at that moment I was really bummed out because I was the only one that didn't have parents there, But now I'm like, well, man, they did me a favor because they would have tainted the only good memories I have. Not they, she. I don't mean to put it on both of them, but his absence, her presence was way more damaging than my dad's absence. Not to say that one outweighs the other, but for me personally, like I'm willing to. Me and my dad have a relationship. We're good. Like we've worked through our problems from him being gone and in prison all the time. But my mom being present was way more traumatizing than my dad's absence. I'll just say that.
Well, Kaylee,
And
I
you
am
can't
sorry you had to deal with that, sweetheart.
Yeah. I don't usually like roll around in it, but I guess it's kind of the theme of the show. But I try not to think
Hey,
about it at all because it makes me it
but we
just
have to think about it so we can process it.
well, right, because if not, then little trolls come out from under the bridge and say something off, that you didn't think would have triggered you, and before you know it, like you're in a
you're in a fist fight with 12 people at the bar. Yeah.
yeah, or you're triggered and acting an ASS on and embarrassing yourself because you're like overreacting to something that you shouldn't have, and before you know it, everybody's like, "Whoa, where'd that come from?" Sorry,
Yep.
just keep it moving. I'll be back in a week.
Nothing to see here.
And I've done a lot of that in the last year, so I've been trying to like, whenever I have things that feel like that, I try to like deep dive it. Like, what about that made me feel that way? And it's not so much of the comment or what's being said. It for me, it's how they say it. And I think it's something about the mannerisms that kind of bring me back to the way my mom would say certain shit to me. And I think that's what it is. I haven't pinpointed it yet, but I really am starting to think that's what it is because sometimes somebody else can say that same thing and it'll roll right off my back, but it's the way that they say it, it'll just light a fuse, and I'm like, whoo, so triggered. It is not healthy for anybody within 600 yards of me at that time because I'm just a freaking tornado, just Tasmanian devil. It's and it's not,
Yep.
it's not good because then people take advantage of seeing that you have that hair trigger reaction, and they play on it. And I don't, and I don't like that either. I don't like feeling like anybody else is in control of my emotions, and I damn sure don't like feeling like I'm not in control of them. And sometimes it just happens before you know it, 0 to 100.
So you probably
Yeah.
don't drink.
I
And if
don't
you do,
drink.
it's
No,
very rare. Yeah.
no, yeah, no.
So you probably don't use illicit substances like you've been accused of, because then you would no longer have that control.
Right. Well, actually, I mean, I'm going to write that down and I'm going to use that too, because that's a really good reason not to. But for me, if I'm being completely honest, because my parents being extreme addicts in their own different ways and different drugs of choice, and my other family members all actively, for me, I'm not going to be them. That's where mine stem from. I mean, you won't catch me. I will freaking walk around with a pounding headache. I'm not taking the ibuprofen because I'm just, my mom started with prescription drugs that a doctor gave her, and it turned her into somebody that is, I'm sure she would have been a bad person without them, but they didn't help. So I don't take any prescription drugs. I won't do the whole antidepressants and the anxiety medication. Like, I deal with it all natural, because I'm terrified to ever become them. And if, there's no way I don't have an addictive personality. No way. No freaking way, with both of the genetics on both sides, one being addicted to this, one being addicted to this. It's not in the cards for me. I don't want to play Russian roulette with a lifetime of addiction. It's not worth it.
Exactly. I have to concur with you 1,000%, because my mother would be here today if she didn't have addictive issues. She was an alcoholic. She died at 23. Sorry. She died at 23.
And I'm really
From
stubborn
abuse.
and petty. So I like being able to say I'm the only one in my family that's not strung out. Even if that doesn't say much, it's what I got, and I got that. So F off to the rest of
I
the
know.
world. That's
That's
just
funny,
my
'cause I do
attitude
that
about
too.
it.
I've said that too. I'm like, at least I'm the only one in the family that doesn't have a drug problem. And
Right.
I don't
Or a felony.
condemn-
What?
right? Exactly. And I'm not condemning anybody in chat that, if you have a criminal record from this stuff or you have done drugs to cope, I'm not condemning you at all whatsoever. Everybody has their own way of coping, but you can't make a conscious, well-formed decision not sober. So when I met with the attorney general and I started this issue with this case for my child and myself, mainly my child, not that I wasn't abused, I was, but my daughter is more important to me than I am at this point. She has a whole life to live. I've had 50 years in. I'm a half a century old. So whatever I can do to make her life better, right? So when I met with her, that was one of the first things she asked me is, do you do illicit substances? And I said, no. She's like, how do you cope? I go, I don't know. Out of fear? I'm like, how can I have control over making decisions that are in the best interest of my child, even if it comes to, and I will say this loosely, not listening to a judge, not agreeing with law enforcement, because I couldn't. They weren't listening to me. And had I been medicated in any type of way, I would have listened. I would have succumbed to their decisions. And I knew that those decisions weren't right. And I had to fight it. Did I lose you guys?
You lost Get to Know, but I'm still here.
Okay. He probably had a delivery. I know he was driving. So, I mean, I would never, ever condemn somebody if they did have an issue. But I dealt with the abuse that I went through as a child by just being single and staying by myself. And I was like, I have to say this, Kaylee, I was like you. Very early on in my years, because I do have a 28-year-old. I was very much like that. I clung to, I'm a female, obviously. I clung to a man, and then he hurt me emotionally. And so then I became very jaded, and I didn't want to, like, I didn't want to reconnect with another male human being again that close, so someone would hurt me. He was the first person I was with, you know, out of my home. And so out of where I grew up. And so I kind of became very jaded against men. I don't hate men. I just became very untrusting of men because not only was I abused by my grandmother, my mother abandoned me. I was orphaned at 3, you know, traumatized, trauma. And then I was like, I don't want to go through that again. So if I can withhold my emotions and keep them to myself and not get close to anybody, they can't hurt me. That's not true because they know that you're not close to them. They know that you're not giving in to their needs of, having that connection. They become abusive, whether it's mentally, emotionally, financially, sexually, whatever. I didn't mind giving up my body to my boyfriend, husband, but I wouldn't give him my heart. I didn't realize those things until I had conversations with them way later in life. And I've been able to reconnect and I'll be like, hey, I'm really sorry about that. But I have had, learning to deal with my trauma as I've gotten older. And then to boot, what triggered going through that healing phase is what happened with my kids. So it's hard, but you can get through it. And it's baby steps. It was brought up in chat that it's not a race. It's not a race. Your time it's going to take you to heal as an individual is up to you. You don't have to go to a certain point.
You're helicoptering.
Yeah, I'm lagging out. Hold on.
Yeah.
You might be up here by yourself for a second.
It's all right.
Oh, okay. Stop helicoptering.
Yep, you're good now. Whatever you
Okay.
did.
No, it's the freaking internet. I'm telling you. I can tell because I can see those little bars on the top of the screen, and then I have YouTube open in the other window. So when it started getting the swirl of death, I was like, "Yep." At any rate, so it's not a race, and don't think it is just because say you're a therapist, and I agree therapy is good, but therapy can also be traumatizing because they expect you to make certain leaps and bounds that you may not be capable of doing, and then they'll want to medicate you. And if they medicate you,
That's where
it's
we've
going to dumb
butted
it
heads
down.
because I have not found a therapist that will just talk and not prescribe. They're like, as soon as I go to talking, they're like, oh, and I refuse to negotiate on that. So needless to say, I gave up on therapy, but probably little after I was 18, maybe 19 the last time I went because I'm just, I just was so sick of the same old, their whole tone would be like, like I'm not doing something right because they're the doctor and I'm not, and I need this medication, and you're not going to tell me to do something that I'm just not willing to do. I'm not willing to negotiate on that. I don't care how many statistics say that this is this and this is that. I don't care. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to be another statistic. Leave.
Exactly.
Just don't even ask me about it. I'm not going to change my mind. And they're like, oh, and then I feel like they give you that look and they go to writing stuff down like, yeah, it's just not a very, I just decided to quit doing that to myself because then I start getting down on myself. Like, am I being unreasonable? Like, am I doing something wrong? Like, and then, almost trying to make myself cave on why I feel the way I do. And and I'm like, no, I'm not, that's bull hockey because there's plenty of people that I've met in life that have trauma that don't take pills every day. And, I'm not weird for wanting to be one of them people.
No, you're not. I won't either. So, I think I've brought it up before, I'm pretty sure, that, when I went and talked to a doctor, mind you, I was 45. No, I was 40. I was 40 years old, and I'm in the heat of being locked in the basements. I'm in the heat of being locked in the closet, screamed at, beaten, raped. And I can say that. Like I can honestly say that. So I go to our family physician in this really small town, and I say, "Hey, I don't know what's going on. I think I'm depressed. I have really bad anxiety. I'm not handling this well. I was told I need to get thicker skin. What can we do to help me?" He gave me 3 medications. One of them was lorazepam every 4 hours. Who the hell takes lorazepam every 4 hours? Didn't work anyway, just letting you know. Brain's fire. Boy, let me tell you, I'll tell you. Klonopin, that didn't. And I can't remember for the life the other one was. I do have a picture of it somewhere because I don't think anybody believed me that they had me on all this medication at once. And I was like, I went back, it was like a month later, and I said, this stuff isn't working. Like, he still has me in tears and this and that, da 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 da. And I go, and the pharmacy asked me because I went to go fill it at my 30-day filling interval. And the pharmacist goes, "Are you really taking this every 4 hours?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "This is like a once in like every 6-month kind of medication. I want you to stop taking it." And I did. And my brain misfired. And what it feels like when your brain misfires is it feels like someone stuck an electric prod to my brain and zapped me with it like a cow prod. It was insanity. And Harley, Dad, I did see you. I'm sorry. You're welcome to come back up. I caught it right as you jumped down. But it didn't work. And the family physician who was his family physician his whole life said, "I hope you have an escape route," because he knew what this person was like. And Kaylee, after the 8th of November, I'm going to show you some documentation.
Okay.
I can't show it to you before then, but I will show it to you after. But it's
Okay.
really, really good news.
That's good.
Welcome
I'm
up, Harley,
glad.
Dad.
Hi. I just want to say I want to just give you guys hugs. Like I just want to hug both of you. Just hearing these stories and yeah, I'm sorry you guys had to go through this shit.
It's okay. That's what my channel's for. To me, it's healing me. When I'm
Yeah.
able to express what happened to me as a child. Like, my first big appearance was I was in the news as a child when I was like 3 months old.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my mom decided to go horseback riding and the house caught on fire and the neighbor found me. So,
God, that's so
no.
terrible.
I know.
I think I laugh as a
you?
coping mechanism because that's not funny, but cheese and rice.
Yeah, like my whole right leg got like first, second, third degree burns on it.
Oh, jeez.
They had to do
It's
they had to do
probably a
plastic.
good thing that she whatever you call it, she probably for good riddance. Can you imagine if you would have stayed in her care?
Yeah,
Goodness.
exactly. No, even better. Wait, hold on. Okay, so my mom
Be
went
right
to
back.
prison. Yeah, Inky's mom went to prison. My mom had an affliction for horses.
The
She
heck
loved.
does that mean?
She had an obsession with horses.
What does that mean? Like,
Like,
my
so
mind wanders. Like, you have to be clear because, man, I just went to some really weird places.
she had an affliction with horses, drinking, drugs, sex, and fast cars,
With the horses?
and horses. Not
Oh my
sexually.
god! Oh my gosh! So stop it! Stop it!
Okay. So, she was very close to a business owner, and she stole his whole. Like when you own a business, you have like business checks. And what she did was, she stole that a thing of business checks, and she wrote checks to herself and cashed them. And she
Ooh,
bought
that's
horses
naughty.
with them, and cars. And so that's what she went to prison for that.
Did she not think that? I mean, did she not think at all, or did she think because
She
she was
didn't
so close
think-
with the
she didn't-
guy that he wouldn't press charges? Or I mean, what was she thinking?
She wasn't thinking, obviously, but she came from an abusive home. You have to remember, she was raised by my grandmother,
Right.
where they were
And
alcoholics and they were beating their kids. And so I don't know if she was sexually abused. She is not around to tell me, but I know that there was abuse involved. So not only was she an alcoholic, but then she got into she was forced. I can't say she got into a relationship. She was forced to marry the I'm trying to say it without doxing myself. She was forced to marry her perpetrator who raped her and had my older sister from that incident. But he was booked on 70 counts of rape, molestation, kidnapping, sodomy, and he is in prison today.
Sounds like a stand-up guy.
But he's been out 3 times. This is why I say that they are not, you can't revert them. You cannot make them normal. Every time he would get out, he would recommit
Yeah, it's
and go back
something
in.
in their heads. Yeah, that you can't fix it. It's always there.
And she was forced to marry him because, of course, my grandmother didn't know who he was. He was booked into prison for the first 70 charges after my mom had passed away.
Was your grandma kind of like, oh, you're not going to have a baby out of wedlock? Like, why was the marriage? Okay, gotcha. I get that.
And she was 17 years old.
Yeah. Can't imagine it. I mean, as someone that's never had issues like this, there was some abuse when I was younger, but like physical abuse, but it wasn't nothing too terrible. So, but I just couldn't imagine you guys going through. You're some strong fucking women. You go through all this shit, and here you are able to talk about it and help other people and do it publicly. It's just you're an amazing woman, Inky.
Well, there's some things that I've never talked about. Like I think Kaylee's got, some briefings, between our messenger chats and, conversations and stuff. I told her a lot. And that's why I was really worried when she went sideways. And I didn't mean to make her feel like I ever did go sideways. I was trying to, as they stated, I was trying to be, what is it called? The Netherlands? Where you
Switzerland.
don't know either. Switzerland. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I just wanted everybody to just be okay and just let Inky be Inky, or at that time it was just Tainted Ink. Just let me be me. I don't want to hate anybody. And what I come to realize is that, there is certain creators that are just mentally ill.
Right.
And they need help.
Yeah.
And one day that help will come whether they want it or not.
Even if it's court mandated.
Yep. So, but a lot of this I had talked to Kaylee about. I did tell her about me losing my mom at a very young age. I think I did tell her about the my sister. I have a half sister, and stuff. But I mean, my mom went to the point to where she disliked my sister so much that she traded her for a vehicle with her grandmother. But
and that was because she was a product of abuse,
of a rape,
right?
Of a rape. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a rough spot.
Yeah. And so, I mean, can I blame my mom? No.
But your poor sister, it's not her fault.
Oh, the woman hates me. My sister hates me. She despises me.
How could anybody?
She would contact my ex.
You'd be surprised.
Every time I fled. No, for real, Harley Dad. Every time I fled that environment from my ex, she would tell him where I was at. That's how much she hated me.
Wow.
Well, it's like a resentment that she probably doesn't even understand, but she just, as a kid, she looked at it as, oh, she's the child that got all the attention and the acceptance that I didn't get. So she's just loathes her existence. It's really not her as a person. It's just her as the sister that they kept, and I hope one day y'all mend fences, but I doubt it because she's very nasty.
No, I refuse. I tried mending fences with her. I got to meet her for the first time when I was 30 years old. But my grandmother forewarned me because she found out later on about the whole how she was created and everything. And she was just like, you have to understand, she was raised by her grandmother and my mom's assailant, the perpetrator. So who knows what happened to my sister during her rearing? You know what I mean?
Right.
And I
And
don't
she's
mean rearing in
blaming
her rear
you
end.
for not having to, you know, why did you get to be freed of it in her eyes and not her? Or
Right.
maybe her knowing you were being abused by that man, that's her way of like, oh, well, you left me to be abused all these years, so now I'm going to make sure you get abused, which is 50 shades of fucked up, don't get me wrong. But, you know, just trying to play devil's advocate here. Not
I mean,
minimizing it by no means, but I can understand that way of thinking to a degree.
yeah, yeah. You're not, you're not condoning it, but yeah, you just understand how it can go that way. Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
because
sense.
I like to try to at least say, okay, well, for something that just doesn't make sense to me, I can't sit with that. Like, I'm gonna make it make sense, no matter how many layers I got to go into and how much I got to dive into it. Like, why would somebody do this? Like, I want to get into pick their brain and like what would make them sit down and make a choice and say, this is how I'm going to handle this. And for the most part, I can see where they're coming from. Not that I agree with it, but sometimes it's so just outrageous that I can't make it make sense. And that's the stuff that drives me crazy and keeps me up at night, because I can't make it make sense. You know, there's no reasoning with that, especially like when they come from
Right.
easy lives. Like, it's like, what the hell why are you such an asshole? Like,
Yeah.
Exactly. So that gives a little bit of history as far as me being distant or whatever, or, you know, and I've apologized, I don't know, at least 10 times.
she's the worst. I
So
tell her all
Kate,
the time,
so
stop
so
apologizing.
well, no, I'm talking about you, you know. Kaylee was like, "You triggered me. You know you did." And I was like, "I didn't mean to, but I didn't know what else to say when I was like, I made you feel a type of way." I'm like, because I can't relate to the exact feeling that you were having at that moment other than you trading bitch. And I'm like, I'm
Well,
sorry I made you feel that type of way, because I if I'm not in your shoes, I can't say you made me feel this way or that way or this. You know what I'm saying?
right. And
So
had we been on the phone or video chat, it probably would have never even blew up, because honestly, I think it was just the lack of me hearing your tone when you said it, because girl, in my head, you were like hair flipping, eye rolling, like, sorry I made you feel some type of way. And I was like, hell to the no.
yeah,
Like,
and
and you
that's
know, and
not
it
how it
just
was meant. And then I was like,
right. And when you explained it all the months later, after I finally put my pride aside and was willing to listen, I was like, oh man, I feel like such an asshole, because I completely misread that. Not that I didn't comprehend it, but the tone that I read it in was so different, and I just was like super triggered. I was super triggered. Cause I was like, dude, you're my person. Like, you're, like, and you're saying this, like, fuck, no. Like, and then there was no coming back from the level of betrayal, or just, I was butthurt. I was super butthurt. And apparently I was butthurt for no reason. So, had to take that walk of shame.
We've all been there. I mean,
yeah,
we've all misconstrued things, or things just hit us wrong, and we say and do shit we don't mean, and then yeah, we got to come back and be like, hey man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It wasn't your fault. It was an internal kind of thing.
Right.
Sorry, I'm just typing in chat.
I'm very sorry. I didn't forget about you. Um, I completely understand. A lot of us can't. A lot of us that come to my channel do understand
Robot
because they've
Inky.
been through.
Helicopter.
We got Robot
Shut
Inky.
up.
Yeah, you better go stand on one foot again in the middle of
I
the living room.
know. I need you guys to be back.
Oh, okay.
Well, I want to pre-apologize, Kaylee, because I like to make jokes. So if I ever do offend you, trust me, I don't mean it. I'm just joke around. That's
Well,
all I do.
actually, believe it or not, I'm actually really like, that's kind of how over the years, I've kind of almost to a fault. I'm very like, I don't take shit seriously. Like, in probably in a bad way, some would say, because I laugh everything off, and that's how I deal with things. Like,
That's
they,
how I do it.
And sometimes it comes off like I'm being a little rude, or but it's just that's the way that I cope, and I
That's how you
don't,
cope, huh?
I've laughed myself out of the most uncomfortable situations, and I've laughed myself into some even more uncomfortable situations, but I'm still laughing.
Yeah. Trust me, I've
No,
laughed through
it's
a
the
lot
brand
of
of
shit in my
humor.
life. But yeah, it's. I almost didn't come up here because I'm like, well, fuck, I don't want to, it's serious conversation. I don't want to crack a joke or piss anybody off. But I was like, yeah, I'll go up there. Inky knows me, so she knows I just like to play around.
Yeah,
But I can
that's
be serious when I need to be. It's not very
Yeah,
often,
and
but I
I
can
and
be.
I appreciate you being up here. Harley Dad
shut.
normally says, "Oh, she's having serious talks. I'm out."
Yeah, you
Yeah.
wouldn't think I was serious at all if B would have been here in the chat more, because he brings it out of me like I'm just very You'll see. Let him. Oh, there. See, he's talking crap. Fix your internet. You could fix it, tech guy.
Oh, B. Hey, so
He
I'm gonna
says I'm
ask.
abusive, but he likes it. He comes back for more.
I'm gonna ask John and Chad. I know you said you're busy, and I don't know if you're comfortable coming up on panels, but I'd be interested in hearing your story if you're willing to share it, and maybe we'll help you work through some shit. Because I've been reading your chats, and yeah, you went through some shit. It seems like so. But anyway, you don't have to.
And
I'm just saying, if you want to. Sorry, Iki. I'm not. I
exactly.
invite people up onto your panel. Sorry, but
No, and anyone is welcome to come up and tell about their story or how they this whole point of this is how do you deal with trauma? How do you, for instance, you going through the situation you're going through with your medical? How are you dealing with that trauma? Kaylee, how are you dealing with that trauma? This is how Inky's dealing with it. Inky was closed off from the world forever. And I finally started letting my guard down and sharing my emotions and sharing what happened to me and my children. And then why I ended up in that situation. What did I do to get out of that situation? What am I continuing to do to stay out of that situation? I'm going for a lifetime right now.
right,
The order I'm going for is for a lifetime for me and my children, that they will never, ever, ever have to deal with that person ever again. So, you know, so between like the 7th and the 8th and the 10th, I probably won't be streaming those days unless it's like, oh my God, hallelujah, break open a bottle of champagne.
yeah,
So it's an exciting time, but yet it's extremely excruciatingly painful with anxiety and mental stress, which
yeah.
probably hasn't helped my health. And that's probably one of the reasons my health did decline so quickly, was because, the stress alone can destroy you from the inside out.
Yeah, it
Or
can.
the jabs. Or the jabs. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. We were, no shit.
Oh man, that's funny.
Love you, Ryan. Oh my gosh, Ryan's here. Throw up some green hearts for Ryan. We love Ryan. Ryan's cool.
What's up,
Yeah.
Aunt Amy? Oh, Amy in the house. And I saw Wendy came in too. But so
Like he
I
still has a
kind of have
1,000-foot wall.
yeah right. Oh, no problem,
Oh,
John. I'm
quit your
sure here to
crying,
give you a
B.
chance if you wanted it.
Golly.
But
You like it.
so when I was a baby, so obviously I don't remember it because they broke up when I was 2. But my biological father used to get drunk and just beat my mom. Like, and so finally, she's like, "Fuck this," and she left, and she met the man I call my dad, who's my stepdad. But I call him my dad. She met him, and they've been married for like 28 years or something. But it started about 2 years ago. My biological father found me on Facebook, and like every month he messages me trying to get a hold of me and shit. And I'm like, oh, I have no reason to fucking talk to you. You beat my mom. I don't care if you were drunk or not. Like, that is not okay ever. And I just ignore all his messages. He's never met his grandkids. He never will. And it's just fucking yeah. Supposedly he's sober now, and he's all he's been with this woman for 12 or 13 years and stuff. And it's just I don't care.
Sounds to me like he's on like what's it called? Like step number 7 in his 12-step program.
That's very possible. Trying to reach out and make amends, but it's just not gonna happen.
Or he's gotten some like life changing bad news and trying to get right before the end, and that irks my soul. It really does. Like, why do you care now? Not saying that people that do that, but it's just like, come on, man. If that's what it takes is you're about to die, or because a program instructed you to do this, like, it just, to me, it's like, you can save it it's not genuine, or you wouldn't have to been instructed to do it, you asshole.
Well, why wait 36 fucking years to reach out to me? Like,
Right,
it's
exactly.
fucking
Because of you, and it's for themselves, because they're trying to get past it, like their guilt or whatever. Like, don't look for me for like like I forgive you, because no, you're not even
right.
sorry.
Well, he even had the gall to message my mom on Facebook, and she's like, "What the fuck you?" She actually responded to him, was like, "Fuck you." Which I don't blame her one bit, and it's just fucking. The first time she told me a couple stories, and the first time he ever hit her, was she had made Kool-Aid and she was carrying it over to the table for dinner, and she kind of stumbled and spilt it on him, and he just hauled off and whooped her ass. Like, are you fucking serious over some fucking Kool-Aid?
Yeah,
No,
like she spilt milk, pretty much, almost literally.
And it probably wouldn't be a good idea for me to meet him, because then I would probably lose my job and end up in jail. So
Right. Right, and and he doesn't deserve that much of an emotion. It's like you said, the man that raised you, that's your dad, and that's just the way that it is. Blood doesn't make you family. Absolutely not. There's people that I'm blood related to that we can walk past each other in Walmart right now, and the person with me wouldn't even be convinced we knew each other, because that's how little regard we have for one another. And there's people that I would give my life for that we don't share a drop of the same blood.
Yeah.
Just the way the cookie crumbles.
I met people on here that I would fucking give my life for, just.
Oh yeah, me too.
I've met people on here that I would take their life. Don't clip that, nobody. But I'll take it out of context. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And it's like, I've never met several of these people. Like Amy, I met Amy like a month ago. She's now my co-host. We're really good friends. She's a great person. I'd give my life up for her, because I can tell she's a sweet, genuine person. You could tell on here. Well, I can anyway. It's kind of part of my job. I have to be able to tell, but I can tell when people are being fake. I can tell.
Oh man,
just watch the chat. I can tell who's faking. And
I need to start assessing, asking you first, because man, you could save myself a lot of time, because I'm still going through it. Like, where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah. Well, see,
I'm so willing to overlook stuff that I know is red flag, because I'm like, if that's the case, I wouldn't mess with anybody, because everybody to me in my closed off and triggered mind does things that cause me to take pause and are red flags. So then I kind of suppress myself into, okay, I overlook everything whenever, and there's got to be a balance. And then I get myself in situations where it's like, oh, you knew better, but here we are. Like, because I'm really big on second chances and reform, because my dad, like, went, he's changed his life completely. He's almost creeping up on 10 years sober, and not in no way, shape, or form does that minimize all the years that he wasn't there. But I'm just, you can't be so like, okay, that person's going to be set in their ways forever, because if not, then your people aren't going to be open-minded to change. Why bother? You can't. The only thing people like that have is hope. And he'd been to prison 5 times, but I can tell you now, he hasn't done anything illegal in almost 10 years, and that's got to count for something.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's making an effort,
Right, exactly. And he doesn't have to do that. It would be a lot easier to just keep being the scumbag, which is what everybody expected.
Right.
And
right.
Even myself.
Like my biological father, if he had done anything, if he just walked out, and reached out to me, I'd be like, oh, well, hey, what's up, But what he did to me is unforgivable. I mean, it's my fucking mom. I'm the baby. I'm mama's boy. Like, you don't fuck with my mom. And he did, and he's dead to me. I do not give a shit. And I don't care if he sends me fucking money when he dies. It's going to a fucking charity.
Right, and for you, it's probably not like you were missing out on anything, because you had such a, someone that took the spot and was actually a good dad. So it's not like you were missing anything in your life.
Yeah,
someone that didn't have a dad, then your mom would have had 1,000,005 boyfriends coming and going after there. That might have made you feel different, like you were missing something,
Yeah.
So thank God for that. Step parents are wonderful. I mean, it to me, they just have a special place in my heart, because for you to love a kid that's not biologically yours, and to make them feel like, that you are, like, that's just a special kind of human being, because they don't have to. And there's people out that refuse to acknowledge their kids that are blood bound. And when you make a kid feel loved and you don't have to, that's just really, it's really awesome to me.
Well,
I was raised by a stepdad.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. When we were having our first kid, she was pregnant and everything, and I was driving home from work, and I don't know if you guys listen to country, but there's a song called "He Didn't Have to." I think it's "He Didn't Have to Be," but it talks about a kid that his mom marries a stepdad, and then he's having his baby, and he's like, "I hope I'm at least half the dad he didn't have to be." And I
Right.
teared up when I heard that song, because I'm like, "Fuck, that's true." Like, I hope I'm half the dad that he didn't have to be, because he didn't have to be there.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry,
how I feel.
I'm
But
getting a little emotional right now, but
well, I kind of got mixed emotions about that because my mom, like, when my mom and dad split up, I was 8, and my mom immediately got with another guy. And well, I'm not going to say immediately because I was probably like closer to 11, but there was a lot. I mean, that's a little bit of time, but my mom was making a run for her money with in between. I mean, just every week it seemed like a different guy. So I was not very open-minded to the thought when my stepdad did come in the picture. I was like, hell to the no, did everything I could as a kid at that age to run him off and to make him just run for the hills. And he didn't. Like, he kind of just bared down and took it and and we got really, really, really close. And that was like my best friend growing up. And then him and my mom split up whenever I was like 18, and we still haven't spoke to this day. So I'm like, okay, well, was it really a bond with us, or was it just what you felt your role was because you were with my mom? Because clearly the lack of I mean, he's got all of me and my brother's names tattooed on his arm still right now to this day, but he don't speak to us. He refuses to speak to us because he's with a new girl and playing daddy with her family. So it's like, I don't take away what the things that he did give me when he was a
he's
kid, but
doing
obviously
good
it
or
wasn't
did good.
genuine. Right, but obviously it's his way of weaseling women, is being a good dad to their kids at the time, because how do you just turn that on and off? Like, and he doesn't have kids of his own, so really, I mean, and it is his meal ticket. So I mean, he's probably got to have a scroll half the size of his dang arm with kids' names on his arm that ain't his. Just keeps adding to it.
I would like to read a post. So
Yeah.
Wendy said, how do I cope? I'm actually not coping well at all. I've tried to go to the police a couple of times over the years, but I never followed through because of the lack of support and encouragement. If you ever need encouragement, feel free to contact any 3 of us right here on panel any day.
Sorry, neighbor's dog bark. But
Yeah,
yeah, Wendy,
sorry.
you can reach out to me and talk to me if you want, Wendy. We have a private chat on Discord or whatever. Or if you ever need
Yeah, I don't even know who you
anything.
are, but you can message me or call me,
She's awesome.
Facebook Messenger, email. I mean, any of the above.
She's awesome. She lives in Australia. She lives in a town with like 18 fucking homes or something like that. Like 18 people. It's crazy. But
That
she's
is
really awesome. She's awesome. Yeah. But these
I've
stories
come to
I'm
learn.
reading
I
in
really
chat.
like people from Australia. I don't know what it is about them. It's just, I don't
I
know.
like most of them. I
like their whole. It's the accent. I don't know. I'm infatuated with it. It's when they say cuss words, it just tickles me pink.
when they
Good
I know,
word
don't want to offend anybody, but they're always like, "You cunt!" It's fucking hilarious.
Their words of endearment are a little bit different than ours.
Right. And apparently,
Yeah.
calling somebody over there, from what I heard, if you call someone a skank over there, that's like one of the worst things you can call somebody. And I
Oh,
was
like
like,
my
I
mommy calls
didn't
me her little
realize that.
twat.
That's New Zealand. Kiwi.
My Kiwi mama.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Amy lives in Australia too. She's from Georgia, but she moved to Australia when she met her husband.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, I wish
So
I had aspirations that big. I barely leave the county, like, unless I have to, and it's like a doctor's appointment. I like my hometown little. I don't know. I don't like city.
So Amy
What
said, I
area do you
spent
live in?
one
What country? Oh, sorry.
Amy
Go ahead.
said, I spent one Christmas alone at my sister's house because everyone was celebrating with a man who assaulted me. Amy, what did they do to negate that situation? Did they ever do anything with that? Did they ever, take him to court?
Are
And the
they
problem is,
aware?
I know,
Like, does your family know that they were, about
both
the
of, I
abuse?
think
And
I think that they brushed it under the rug from what I read earlier. I think they said
Yeah,
they called her
pretty much.
LIAR. That's like a
Yeah.
bad word to me.
Oh, dude, that's a trigger to me.
Yep.
Oh, don't even get me started.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
Like I really, it really offends me to just because you don't like, especially probably because of the person that did it to me. But it's like you got to have some really big balls and just entitlement for someone that's never been abused to say that you can sniff out that someone is lying. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, if maybe I'd be willing to listen to you if you'd been abused, but when the people come on and they're like, I led this peachy life and I think this person's lying. Well, I think you should fuck off. How about that? And it's just a
Yeah.
way for them to try to trigger you into telling your story, and I'm not going to be manipulated like that. Like that's happening to me online right now, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be manipulated into coming and showing documents and putting my story out there in a way that is not in my own time and that I'm comfortable with to prove anything to some fucking douchebag that I could care less about if they're breathing, to be honest. Just saying.
I hear
Like
that.
going around panel to panel. Have you heard Kaylee's story? Have you ever heard her tell her story? No, because I don't hang out with people that hang out with you, you stupid a-hole. There's plenty of people on YouTube. I mean, there's probably a dozen in this chat right now that know my story because I've told them on my own time in a non-forced and like not triggered way, you know, because what justice does it do if I'm like, oh, I'm telling you this because I'm proving myself. Like, I'm just not that type of person. I'm petty and like, you're going to have to make me. Just lost internet. I swear, you'd think she's out in the boonies the way she loses internet. Get your shit together, Inky.
Right? Like you got friggin' well, you get Wendy from Australia on here. She never drops. She robot sometimes, but she never drops. She's in the booties. She's out in the bush.
Yeah, and I'm in the freaking swamp, literally. Like,
Oh, I dropped. I'll be right back. Then she we figured Inky.
and she's hardwired in too. I've never in my life seen. It's
That's
more than
I
likely
got
her
good
computer.
internet here. So, yeah. I mean, I've
Shoot, I got
never
Spectrum and
dropped
I
on a
don't have
panel or
internet
nothing.
problems unless it's storming.
Yeah. we've always had we have Xfinity and it's I can't remember a time I've ever dropped from the panel. I might robot occasionally, but not very often. It's just
Now, don't get me wrong, we get storms in like the start of hurricane season, and I'll be completely knocked out of power. So I'm not knocking it, but I mean, but the other rest of the months of the year, we're pretty good.
yeah.
Because I mean, when we lose power or anything like that happens, we're the first to lose power and the last one to because we're out here in the sticks, like we're the last one to be, you know, to
get it back.
to be gotten to, right?
Yeah.
Furthest away from the rest of society, like they get to us when they get to us.
Yeah.
But
That's
I
the way
like
goes
it.
sometimes,
I
but
definitely think that it's worth it with it, you know, because sometimes I would probably be a lot more wound up and a lot more anxious if I was having to hear, you know, the roaring of the beep 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 and the, you know, like I just couldn't imagine that.
sirens all the time.
Yeah, I love going outside and hearing nothing, you know, crickets and stuff. And you know, I don't know how people in the city ever have peace, you know, like what do you different definitions of
pretty rough
peace?
out there. I have to
Yeah,
go
heck,
up into the woods to reset myself every couple of weeks. So, but
shoot.
Inky, Get to Know was asking if you dropped a link for him. I don't know if you're back yet, but
Am I
anyway,
back? Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Hi,
Yeah, it sucks.
Dad.
I live in the Vancouver, Portland area, and it's I don't. Inky can attest to this all the time on my panel or other panels. I have to mute because the sirens are going or the fucking neighbor's dog's barking or just all kinds of shit happens. And it's like, I just fucking mute.
Ooh, yeah. There's several acres, miles, however you want to put it, before you'll hear a dog that's not mine. You know.
Well, I'm moving in. I'll be there next week.
I think that's just from my Meemaw's old ways. Like I've learned I've taken a lot from her, but I used to hate it as a kid because it was always like, man, we're going to Meemaw's. Like we got to get snacks and packed up. Like it's going to be a trip getting out there, but we're going.
Yeah.
But now, and man, I appreciate it and I understand like just being away from everything. Sometimes it's necessary because if people are crazy and they'll make you crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
Amy said they believe her now.
Oh, that's good, Amy.
Ah,
Amy,
well,
why don't you come
I,
up, Amy? I like it.
I'm sorry that they did it for any point in time, because
Yeah,
that's the worst. Honestly, it really is. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
no.
And for those of you that have kids, always listen to your kids, especially if your kids are under the age of 5.
Yep.
And even if you don't believe them, which I can't even in my hardest of, I can't put myself in a position where I would not believe my kid, but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. Even if you don't ever let them know that, because they will shut down and they will never open up to you and tell you anything in the rest of their life. And I'm saying that as a 27-year-old adult. I will never tell that woman anything ever again in my life. Besides, fuck off.
Well, and that's with me. Like, I know there's times when my son, I know he's lying, but it's like, okay, well, let's go check it out and figure it out.
Right. Yeah. Let's get to why he's lying, or why he feels like he can't tell you the truth, instead of you're a liar, and just, that's the worst as a kid. And they'll shut down emotionally, which is, the worst thing for a kid, because it'll bottle up. And then before you know it, you got a ticking time bomb.
Yep.
And even if it is for attention-seeking purposes, you have to understand why they're seeking that type of attention.
Exactly, and get to the bottom of it, and what it is they're avoiding by telling you the lie, because there's something going on, and they're trusting you. They're testing the waters on how you're going to react to it.
Yep.
I've been that kid. Trust me.
I've been that kid. Trust me.
Welcome in, Amped Up Amy.
Hi. Yeah, like I was saying, my family, they at first they didn't believe me, but then they as the kids say, they fucked around and found out. This
kids
dude
say that all the time.
This dude was such a piece of shit. He was like trying to get my parents to split up, and like he had made a fake. This is how old this shit is. He made a fake MySpace page for my dad, who is the most like he is the most like computer illiterate person you've ever met in your life. Like to the point that he asked me to find him porn after my mom died. Because he didn't know how to do it. Like he didn't know how to Google fucking porn. Anyway, yeah,
Did he really not
didn't
know
believe
how to
me,
find it, or
but
did he just wanted you to do it because it made him feel a type of way?
Pineapple juice. Pineapple juice.
That's just a question. It's an honest question.
No, what'd you say?
I said, now, did he have you find it because it just made him feel a type of way, or was he just really not computer literate?
Yeah, no, he's really that computer illiterate. Like he wasn't like happy to ask me about it. Like, hey, like, can you find this for me? Like, he was like, like, I hate to ask you, but I need help.
He says, watermelon.
I pulled up fucking Pornhub for him, and I was like, there you go.
Pineapple juice.
But yeah. Anyway, he didn't believe me at first, but then, like I said, this dude was such a piece of shit. He like made a fake MySpace page for my dad, acting like my dad was trying to cheat on my mom. And so yeah, he was trying to split them up, and when that happened, he was like, "Oh, that's the kind of piece of shit this guy is." I put in air quotes that he was my half brother, because it turns out my dad's first wife cheated on him, and that wasn't even actually his son. He found that out after kid turned 18, and he'd been paying child support all that time. But yeah. Yeah, dude's a piece of shit, and I worry for his daughters, because he had 3 little girls. And
now, don't ever let law enforcement. Here's another factual point. Don't let law enforcement tell you that just because they're
I don't know if you guys can hear my wife yelling at my son.
that it wouldn't happen, because it does. Just saying.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys caught that.
No, sorry, I didn't catch it.
Because law enforcement told me Oh, it's very unlikely if, it's very unlikely that would happen because he's her biological father. I'm like,
Fuck that don't mean
right.
shit. That don't mean
Mm,
fucking
There's
nope.
shit.
all kinds of
Nope.
shit father.
Yeah, there's all kinds of pieces of shit in this world of varying degrees, and there's no lacking of those kind, unfortunately.
And it
Nope,
makes
there's
me
not.
mad as freak when people say that, because it's like if they're sick and they're already sick enough to they're willing to overlook the fact that it's a child. What the freak is so hard to grasp that they would do it to their own? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's just it's such a double standard. It irks my soul.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's way
I'm
more
right there
messed
with
up
you,
when you do
Kaylee.
it to your own kid, but it shouldn't be like, especially someone in protect and serve. Like, you shouldn't be so closed-minded to think that just because it's not normal in your everyday life and you wouldn't do it to your kid, well, you're also not a freaking sick fuck. So here we are. Like,
Exactly.
Amen.
Yeah.
like
Well
that's
said.
where they start doing that bias shit. Like, you can't be in a position and have that kind of that kind of job and career if
No.
you're gonna bring your own views into it, because you're gonna
No.
people are gonna get hurt at your expense.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Can you imagine if judges only tried people on crimes they felt people were capable of doing? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Shit.
Right.
Justice does come through every now and then, though. I'll give you guys a good story. Okay, it starts off bad, but it gets good. Okay. So my quote unquote half brother, unfortunately, was not my only essay in my life. I also got essayed repeatedly by my best friend's stepdad for many years. He was doing it to both of us, and he told us that if we said anything, we'd never see each other again. And that unfortunately wasn't a lie for many years. Thankfully, me and this girl, we found each other again on social media, and we're back in each other's lives. But unfortunately, we were not in each other's lives for many years because it got to the point where he was like following her into the shower, and I had to speak up and say something. And I, looking back, of course, I know doing that was the right thing, but at the time, I felt so guilty because her mother was sick with cancer and dying. And basically, her mother had no family, and this piece of shit was the only person that was able to take care of her. So my friend ended up having to move away to live with her real father in another state, and I felt guilty that I took her away from her mom before she died because I spoke up and said something about this piece of shit. Anyway, like I said, many years later, me and her got back in contact, and we are in each other's lives again. We're, still in contact to this day. Anyway, one day I get a call from the FBI, like legit on my phone. It said FBI, like the caller ID. And they were calling because that piece of shit was in a child porn investigation. Like, he had a bunch of shit on his computer. And basically, the FBI wanted a character witness for the judge to be like, look, he's done this before. He's assaulted this girl and this girl, me and my friend. The FBI flew us out to Tampa, where his case was, and we went up and spoke to the judge and like told our stories of what happened back in the day, and we helped put that motherfucker in jail. And he is still there to this day. So yeah, justice comes through sometimes.
Sometimes, and it may take a while, unfortunately, but they have to make sure that all their friggin' T's are crossed and all their I's are dotted because they only get one shot.
God,
Right.
it
You
feels
can only
so good
prosecute
though.
somebody one time.
It
Heaven
felt
forbid,
so
though,
good,
the amount of kids that that had to be abused along the way before law enforcement got their head out of their ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy, he would not look at me the whole fucking time. But like, obviously I had to look at him because like I had to point him out in the courtroom because like, you have to identify who you're talking about.
Right.
And yeah, he would not look at me the whole fucking time, slimy piece of shit. And then towards the end of the whole the hearing or whatever, the judge was like, do you have anything to say for yourself? And this piece of shit, he apologized to his wife and his elderly parents And then the judge was like, "And what about these girls that came here today?" And he was like, "Oh
Nothing.
yeah, I guess them too." Like, yeah, yeah, just
He's sorry
complete-
he got caught. There's a big difference.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and he was one of those extra slimy pieces of shit who would hide behind religion. Like he would go to church every Sunday, and he was hanging out in AOL Christian chat rooms. All the while, yeah,
That's
yeah.
throwback.
Yeah, like I said, this is back in the day.
Let's brought up AOL and MySpace. What the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was my very first social media, MySpace.
yeah, me too.
Hey, I had MySpace too. Well,
I
I
still
miss having
do.
being able to have the song on the page. People come on, they can hear the music. I miss that.
Yeah,
Yeah, like,
know, then
oh,
they
you're one
started
of my top
copywriting.
10. Like, people be
I
mad. Like, I
know.
can't believe you removed me out of your top 10. I'm not talking to you.
Right?
I learned the basics of HTML because of MySpace. Like I wanted to have the most banging fucking profile, and like so I was like, all right, I gotta figure this shit out.
All right, John. I guess you got me beat there. I'm not really familiar with Yahoo Messenger. I mean, my
Oh,
Meemaw
I remember,
used to like
yeah.
do the pogo and stuff, but I was like, what are you doing? Like, are you playing games with real people? I don't know. Like I said, out here in the boonies, we had dial up for a long time, so it was miserable to do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Yahoo Messenger because all that shit came out when I was a teenager. That's when it all started. So I remember we had the one family computer, and hold on one second, my daughter.
I was gonna say you were talking about how hard it was for you to sit there and or how your abuser wouldn't look at you in the courtroom and shit. Like,
Yeah.
here's the special kind of scumbag piece of shit that my abuser was. When I was 18, 19 years old, I finally had enough courage to confront him about what he did to me for many, many years. And of course, the first thing they do is always deny, and then then he started realizing that I wasn't just going to go away from him just saying, well, I didn't do anything. Well, after about 45 minutes to an hour, I was just sitting there just tearing on him and telling him, look, you owe me. You did all of this shit to me. You owe me this much. Like, I want to know why the fuck you did what you did to me. Like, you owe me at least that much. And finally, at the end of the conversation, he finally gave me an answer. And it's fucked up. But it worked for me for the moment. He simply told me, now I was abused from the age of 5 years old, the summer I turned 5, until the summer I turned 12. And he told me, his answer to me was, I didn't do anything to you that you didn't want me to do. So yes, that kind of slime ball. Piece of shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's the fucking lowest of the fucking low.
So I don't know what kind of sexual favors a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old kid is asking a 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38-year-old man. But hey.
Can we count that down just a little bit lower, down to about 1?
Jeez.
But what it worked for me. It worked for me at the time. You know what I mean? And now it don't work for me anymore. And that's where I'm at with me overcoming and becoming better than what happened to me. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't care if a fucking kid walks up to you and is like, "Hey, please suck me off." Like,
Yeah.
It's a fucking kid. You don't do that.
Yeah.
You say, no, where are your fucking parents? Because you need help, kid.
Yeah.
First of all, why do you know to say that? And second off, absolutely fucking not. Like,
what's been going on in your life that you know that phrase and what it means? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is so gross, but that's what a lot of those pieces of shit do. They try to put the blame on the fucking victim.
Yep.
So gross.
Yep.
So gross.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, why is she dressing so provocative? She asked for it. She wanted it. What if
right?
Yeah.
She
was
wanted
wearing
me
a
to
crop
do that.
top, so she was been begging for it. Like, what the fuck?
Also,
she wouldn't have sat on my lap.
I don't
She wouldn't
know
have
if
sat
you
on my
guys have
lap.
ever seen it. There was like a museum expo that somebody did, where they like actually put up outfits of people who were SA'd, and it's like hoodies and shit. Like that's not even what it's fucking about. And even if it was, like, I don't care. I don't care if I walk out with all my tits hanging out. That doesn't give you a right to touch me.
Yep,
Like,
exactly.
Yeah, for real. For
ugh,
real.
ugh. I hate those people so much.
Yep.
100
That,
fucking
that's
percent.
what. That's why I could. That's why on my channel. That's why we refer to them as parasites, because that is what they are. They are a parasite.
Yep.
Just bounce from person to person their whole entire life. Like the person, like the parasite that abused me, he never got any justice for me or my cousins that he abused, or and he's a registered offender now, but it didn't help me back when he was doing this shit to me. So
Well,
like,
I am sorry that you went through what you went through, and I want you to know that you did nothing wrong. None of it was your fault,
I
and
know
you didn't deserve that.
it's I appreciate the kind words. I really do.
It's the
I
truth.
usually get kind of
It's the
upset when
truth.
people say I usually get kind of upset when people say that they're sorry, because I don't know, like, you didn't do it to me, so there's nothing, you know what I mean. But I get what you mean. But
Yeah, yeah. No, it's not like I feel bad. Like I feel pity for
yeah,
you. It's just like
yeah,
I hate that you
yeah,
went through that as a human being. Like you didn't
yes,
deserve that.
I'm sorry you went through that, and I'm sorry you went through what you had to go through. Harley, Dad, I'm sorry you had to go through what you went through.
Yep.
Kaylee, Pinky, I'm sorry you guys had to go through what you went
Yep.
through. But look at
Yep.
us, we're sitting here talking about shit that needs to be talked about. That's important,
Yeah.
and this is what it's about.
And,
This is what strength looks like. It's not pretty, but this is what strength looks like, talking about the shit that you've been through.
well, and by doing this right now, with us all doing this, there's probably somebody in chat that's being inspired. Like, hey, maybe I
I
need to
hope
talk
Oh
to
so.
yeah,
somebody. I hope so too.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
know?
absolutely. That's how I
like
got started. I wasn't even willing to talk about it at all, much less publicly, before a couple of conversations, and more than a couple, I'm being facetious, with Inky, and kind of going through all the emotions privately before I would ever even consider doing it. Like, oh, she says, oh, her beginning shows, I was, I come up here a lot to make her, you know, to help her get through it. Like, but at the same time, like, little does she know, like, she's helping me get through my own, my own aspect of it. Cause I wasn't afraid to speak publicly, but about this stuff, oh no, absolutely not. Because it made me feel weak, or like, like it was, I didn't want people to pity me and, like, just
Right.
look at me differently and feel like they can't
Right.
crack jokes on me or talk, banter
Right.
back and forth with me now, because I'm damaged goods, or,
Right. And you don't
and
want to bring
realizing
the
that people know
conversation
it.
down.
Yeah, and be the Debbie Downer, right?
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. And
But when I
Pinky, I want to
realized,
say,
like, people enjoy hearing it because it makes them feel safe, and then before you know it, you've been hanging out with someone for 6 months that's went through some of the same stuff you have, and you had no idea.
Yep.
Pinky, I want to, just real quick, I want to say thank you for sharing your platform like this and creating a space where people feel safe enough to talk about these kinds of things. It's really incredible. It really
It
is.
really is.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you
and
very much.
that's yeah,
I won't say it was this was I've got a lot of grief about, if you're
Oh,
going through this, why are you on social media? If you're going through this,
Why are you putting
you
it
know,
out there, kind of? Yeah.
that yeah. And
yeah.
I just want to tell those people that have knocked me for it, this is part of me healing also.
Right.
Yeah, you're reaching out
There
to
was a
other
time in my
people.
life. There was a time in my life where I couldn't even drive the car. Like, I was afraid of him seeing me.
Yep.
That's how bad
Yeah.
it was. And I was like, nope, I'm doing this. I had 5 businesses and I'm down to just 2. I'm like, no.
Mm.
I need to be able to take my time and do this. My mom was in it. My kids have been in it, and it needs to be put out there. People need to know that there is ways out. There is that going through that red tape.
Yep.
If you've ever been in a situation and they're like, you're the big liar word, the big no word. you need to know how to get through that red tape.
Yeah.
You need to know that, there is spirit, God, whatever you want to call him, is going to back you up.
Yeah.
Because
and
I have
you
seen
need to
more.
know that
Hold on 1 second. I have seen more God in my life in the last 5 years than I have ever in my entire life. He has made things happen that I didn't think were feasible. And that is no joke.
Yeah.
No joke. I've had judges out of nowhere be like, here you go. This is what you're going to do. On most absurd requests. And I mean, it came down to visitation. Okay, so I don't think I've ever talked about this before, but said assailant, perpetrator, had visitation with said victim. And I was like, sorry, my car don't run. I can't get there for the first 3 days. For the next 3 days, since he was high on dope, he didn't make it for the first 2, thank God. On the 3rd day, he made an effort for visitation. And I was crawling out of my skin for those 3 days. I was like, oh my gosh, there's got to be a way. Like, I can't let him go anywhere with her. And there was this massive, massive thunderstorm. And it knocked the power pole into the middle of the road. And if your driver's license did not have an address on that road, the fire department and sheriff's department was not going to let you down it. So God does work in mysterious ways.
Wow.
Mm.
It came down to a protective order. One of the many. I've had a protective order on my daughter since she was pretty much born. She was 3 months old when we got our first one. She is now almost 11. Okay. And they weren't enforcing the order. It came from a different place. Doesn't matter. It's good in all 50 states. Don't fuck with me. They refused to enforce it. He moved right next door.
Oh,
Wow.
I mean, it was one trauma after another trauma till
That's
again, I
insane.
packed up my entire family and 2 of my animals and moved across the country again to get away.
Mm.
Changed my name, changed my lifestyle, changed everything about who I was.
Wow.
To get where I'm at today. And that's something that I will share with Kaylee and maybe the rest of the world at some point. But I will share with Kaylee after this is over. Because that's been dug into me too. Well, you don't even know who you are. Good. That means it's working. Because of the traumas I've been through. No, I will not put my child or my family at risk ever again. I will make sure that person burns in hell.
Good for you.
I think I even said that once, didn't I, Kaylee, on Salty's channel? I said, go ahead and push my buttons. I think I will destroy everything that comes into my path. Yeah.
Yep.
Next time
But
somebody
I
tells
would-
you
I
that
would
you don't
never.
know who you are, next time that somebody tells you that you don't know who you are, tell them they're about to fucking find out.
Effort. Kaylee. Sorry, I have Twinkie in my mouth. I was trying to. I was
I'm gonna leave my
Twinkie.
comments
Trust
to
me, when it
myself.
comes
Sorry.
down time, when it
I
comes
was
down to
gonna
time to
say,
find out, you don't want
what's
to find out.
what's Kaylee's favorite saying? F around and find out. Well, some people
Yep.
did.
Yep.
I want to get that
No.
on my license plate. I want to get FAFO on my license plate.
Yeah.
I know, right?
But I do want to just say cheers, everybody. You know, thanks for being here and supporting Inky and sharing your stories and stuff. And I'm gonna do a shot of tequila for you.
Down the hatch.
Yep.
I love you all.
Oh, you should have gave me a
But
heads up. I'd have done a shot of Jaeger with you, bro.
Oh, I can do another one.
But for those
Hell
of you
yeah.
out there, I will start. Pinky's got a Twinkie. That sounds kind of kinky, Ryan. Yeah, I was gonna say something else that's probably not appropriate.
Yeah. I was gonna make very.
I was gonna say mine's
inappropriate
not cream
when you-
filled. Okay, anyways, let's go.
So
Peanut
when you said
butter,
you had a
peanut
Twinkie in
butter,
your mouth, I
pickles.
was gonna make a lot of fucking comments, but anyway.
I was gonna say peanut butter, pickles, whatever it is, pineapple.
Pineapple juice.
So I will start how I have, and then we'll move it clockwise. So this will be Kaylee, Harley, Dad, Amped Amy, and then get to know. This is part of my healing process. This is part of my coping mechanism. My coping mechanism used to be sleep until I could mentally deal with it. Sleeping too much will cause depression. So I have stepped out of that phase. I am coming on YouTube. I am allowed to speak my piece. And what brought me here, and that's what brought me here, was that it wasn't just me and my kids, but it was my mom was in that position. And so I got into law. For those that haven't been around very long, I got into law because of what happened with my mom and my sister and all of that. And then it happened in my own backyard, which was devastating because I knew what the statistics were.
Mm-hmm.
And when it hit me, when it was my kids, it took on a whole new level of crazy. And so when I shut down, I'm like, I can't make justified decisions. I can't drink myself into oblivion to make it go away. I can't do drugs because I have to be able to use my mind in a way, thinking in legal concept. And when you're sitting in a courtroom and you're looking at a judge and the judge is looking at you saying, you're going to tell me that this guy is a great guy. And I'm looking at the judge and I'm looking at him going, did you just fall off your rocker? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You want me to tell you he's a great guy? Sorry, I can't lie on record. So I know I've been through that red tape. I called the FBI. I'm like, something's got to give. You guys got to check out this judge. You guys got to check out the sheriff's department. There's something seriously wrong going on here in this state. They told me to contact the attorney general. I did. She's now my best friend.
That's a good friend to have.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's been
For
in
sure.
courtrooms with me. Courtrooms where she has stood up with me and said law enforcement isn't doing their job. And the judge looked at her and said, well, you need to take that up with them. I kid you not. I've had a sheriff removed and I've had a judge removed. I've had creators removed.
What's up,
Yes, you have.
I will not tolerate abuse at all.
Yeah.
And I will defend anyone, any of my supporters, any of my members, if they're being abused. And help them get through that red tape that they need to get through.
Speaking of that, why aren't you monetized?
I am monetized. Well,
It
I
doesn't
was.
give me the option. Oh, did you lose it? I'm sure. Probably something stupid, I'm sure. You'll get it back.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's-
you know it. It just really like the worst kind of stupid.
Yeah, I do have members, but they're all on hold.
I
No
was
pun
just going to
intended.
join, but
You're
then I
on
was like,
pause.
"Sure, okay."
I'm on pause till January. I mean, I can appeal it if I want. I just don't feel like making a stupid video.
Oh.
So it's reuse of my shorts. So if you reuse your same shorts or you use somebody else's shorts and recreate them or like just replay them, you can be demonetized for that.
Really?
Why other people are talking about doxing people and calling
And
people
getting
out and everything else
2 weeks
and they're
suspension,
monetized.
but
Yeah.
well,
exactly.
and then the super
But
extreme one that
using your
doxed
own
somebody, you got,
content. Yeah, using your own content twice. That they draw the line there.
Yeah.
This
fucking
platform is
copyright.
wild.
Bitch, it's mine.
Yeah, but you can't make money on it twice. That's what that boils down to.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
they're
I
making
think
money
that's
on
what
it
it
twice
is.
too.
Yeah, exactly. It's greedy, especially for this
Look.
platform to be as big as it is.
I
What's up,
know.
Loki Buns? Hi, Loki Buns. Hi, Machinist.
Say that again.
Sorry.
So,
Loki Bun.
so
say it
for
again.
those of you
Yeah,
that do
my
need
friend Loki Buns is
information,
here.
so for those of you that are going through it or you're trying to go through it or you're in the process of needing information on how to and you're not getting the help you need, let me know. Please. I will direct you. I will tell you what to say and what not to say.
Literally, like,
can-
but be careful what you ask
can-
for
you-
because she has little to no patience for asking her for help and then not doing it. Just a heads up. Just a heads up.
What is that term? The ask hole? Always asks you for advice and never follows it.
Yeah, well, she's not very nice of it. She's like, she's going to rub your nose in it, and if you're not receptive of that kind of criticism, I would just keep it moving.
Well, and
Just
what I
saying.
was going to say earlier when we were talking about going through the red tape and all that stuff is, it's going to be hard. The people that are it's going to be fucking hard to do. But you need to stick it out, and, this shit needs to stop. I mean, I know it'll never
Because it
completely
does
stop,
get better, yeah.
unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, Get to Know knows way more about this shit than I do. It's just.
And just to think, if people are battling you, you're on the right path.
Yeah.
The more resistance, like this is how I knew I was doing the right thing. My very first live I did on my channel a little over a year ago, I got like 18 death threats in my email, and I was like, hell, I know I'm doing something important.
Yeah,
I know
you're on
I'm
the right
doing.
track.
I get death threats every single day of my life now, and I love it.
Wow.
Send them all in. Keep empowering me. Keep that fire built up underneath me, and keep me moving forward.
Exactly. It's
Please.
just pushing you harder and harder. Yep.
Please. Yeah. All I can say is, fuck a pedo. If you touch kids, you're a parasite, and you deserve to be wiped off the face of the planet. Period.
Amen.
Period.
Yep.
I don't care. Like, people are like, well, they have rights, and well, their life is a struggle. You think my life is fucking easy? I was raped by a man for 6 years of my life, dude. 6 years. I deal with shit every single day of my life, and I'm a 44-year-old man that has to do with my abuse.
Yeah, I don't
You
understand.
think I care that you're gonna have a hard time
becomes the
finding a
abuser.
fucking job?
Yeah.
Yeah. You
It
think I
triggers
give a
me when
fuck?
people say that, because why I've been abused, and the I can't even think to fathom, like, oh well, I'm gonna use that as an excuse to do that to my kid. Like, no, that's actually what motivates me to not do it, because I mean, why would you not want to break the cycle? Like, I don't understand that. I mean, I guess it's easy
Why
to
perpetuate?
be a cop out, but it's just, to me, it's like it's the opposite. It's like, okay, because that's what motivates me to not be that way, because it wasn't a good feeling, and why would you want
You're
to
supposed
repeat it?
You're
and
supposed
protect
to
your
want
kid.
better. Yeah, you're supposed to want
Yes.
better for your kids. You're supposed
Well,
to want
yeah,
them to
'cause-
have a better life
Yeah.
than you did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not
Because you know
not
what
do
it
the
felt
same
like
exact
at that
crap.
time, and you know it
Right.
didn't feel good. So why perpetuate it and do it when you know it didn't feel good to you? Didn't make you feel good. Then now you're gonna do it. No, that's just no.
Right. That's
You be the
why me and my
protection
mom
and
don't
love
see
that
eye to eye,
you
because
needed.
she had a rough childhood. Like, and that's always her go-to anytime anybody tries to hold her accountable for the things she does. You have any clue what I went through as a kid? Yeah, well, that shit's played out, because that's no excuse. Like, you have a
Nope.
requirement as a human being, not even a parent, to do better. Like,
Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
Like you
you
said,
should have
that's
been.
exactly why you do
been.
better.
or not have
Yeah,
kids if you're not capable.
exactly.
It's that simple.
Well, and
I mean-
the ridiculous
I mean,
thing to
if-
me is, oh, go ahead.
I mean,
Go
if
ahead,
you're a parent and you're gonna put your kids through the same shit or even worse shit, then like my kids will never experience 98% of the shit that I went through. Why? They don't need that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I went above and beyond to protect my children from shit. Like I don't drink alcohol all the time. I just don't. My dad was a raging alcoholic for most of my life, and I chose not to be that way. I chose not to be an alcoholic. I very easily could be.
Yep.
I have an addicting personality.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Same way.
And to be honest, I love getting drunk. But I don't. Why?
Yep.
Because I don't want my kids thinking that's okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, my wife and I, we've been married for 18 years, almost 19 years, and she's seen me drunk 5 times in 18 years.
Mhm.
You know, and my dad, like, he was drunk 6 days out of the week.
Yeah.
And
Well, good for
you know,
you.
I just, yeah, you know, I just, just wanted better for my kids. So like if my kids, I've never used. Well, I had a hard life, so that's why your life's hard. But how does that make any fucking sense whatsoever, dude? What does that make
Makes
any
no
sense
fucking
whatsoever?
sense. Makes no
None.
fucking
If,
sense.
if
I
that's the, if
suffered,
you
so
want to
you
say
should
that
have
shit,
to
you're a piece
suffer
of shit.
too.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
normal.
exactly.
It's just it's the
Exactly.
way
Like-
it's a life cycle. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah. So
Yeah.
cheers to breaking the cycle.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
and so
Yep.
so unlike you, I mean, I'm not an alcoholic. I do love to drink, and I drink all the time. I will say that my kids have only ever seen me drunk twice, and that's when we were at parties and we stayed too late and we had to wake them up to go home. Because I mean, I'll say I'll drink beer in front of my kids, but I don't drink the hard stuff in front of them.
Yeah.
I wait till they go to bed before I start drinking the hard stuff, and because I'm
See,
like you,
yeah.
I love the feeling of getting drunk, but I don't get pissed, shitty, fucking drunk where I'm falling down every day or anything, you know.
Right, but I mean, as
Yeah,
long as you're
my
not
kid-
like
my-
Jekyll and Hyde when you drink, I think anything is fine within moderation as long as you're not like
Exactly.
whipping up on
Well,
your
yeah,
wife
I'm
or
not-
being
I'm not a-
verbally
I'm not an
abusive
angry
when you're
drunk,
drunk.
Yeah.
Right,
I'm not an
exactly,
angry
and that's
drunk.
good. That's
Well,
good.
and seeing your
My wife-
parents drunk once or twice isn't a big thing. Like, cause like that's me. Like, I didn't see my parents drunk a lot, but I did see them drunk once or twice. And honestly, it's a funny memory that I cherish. Like, of my mom, like they drank too much when they were out getting margaritas and tacos one night, and like mom was just like drunk as hell and giggly, and like I was like, that's so funny. Like,
I remember.
and
I
love
remember the
thinking
one
back
time I
to
saw.
that.
Oh, sorry.
I love thinking back to that. That's not a bad memory for me. So like it's not always terrible as long as it's not a bad like thing and you're not being abusive and it's not an everyday thing, you know?
Yeah.
One time I saw my dad drunk. He drank a bottle of wine. So him and mom had gotten into an argument. Nothing super major. Obviously, you know, he never hit her or anything. But they gotten into an argument, and so he took a bottle of wine and drank it. He was out in the front yard laying down singing to the cat. That's the only time I've ever seen him drunk because my parents don't drink. Like, so I cherish that memory because it's fucking hilarious.
That would
Dad
be me.
laying in the front yard singing to the cat. Like,
That would be me. We don't even have a cat.
So, so Kaylee, how do you cope?
Hold on, I want to just chat real quick though. Wendy, we support you, Wendy. I know that you're on the other side of the world, but we support you. And like she said earlier,
Absolutely.
if you ever need to talk to about anything, feel free to reach out to any of us. And
Yep.
I'm sorry
Yeah,
you're going through
absolutely.
this bullshit. Yeah.
You can always grab
Absolutely.
that
I love you
link and
so
let
much,
it out.
Wendy.
Let it out.
I love you so much, Wendy, and I'm so glad that we met.
Wendy's
And
so
we're gonna
amazing.
meet in person. We're gonna meet in person. It's gonna happen.
And I don't know
Better
you,
stream
Wendy,
it.
whatsoever. I don't know you, Wendy, whatsoever. I've never met you before, but I love you too, just because I understand the struggle and I understand that life's hard, man. I get it. And you're more than welcome to reach out to me or my wife anytime. Like sometimes the best person to do is that perfect stranger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. I can
So-
definitely reason with that. I've
Well, yeah, because
let
you don't.
people I
sorry,
barely
go ahead.
know, more personal stuff about people that I know because it's just easier. It's almost like
Yep.
you feel like they're less inclined to judge
judge
or
you.
whatever, or
Yep.
right, or be like, oh, because I know you, like I don't believe you
Yeah.
or whatever, because this
And
is
then next time they see you, they look at you different. And yeah,
Right, exactly.
Or-
and when you don't have to see them,
or-
it's so much easier.
Or because we know each other, then you're gonna be like extra sensitive to my situation. And what I just need is somebody to just listen to what I had to say, and I'm good. You know?
Yeah, like
Like,
don't
my
go in
friends-
pity party and do all that. I hate
Yeah.
that's like super. Ugh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is something we went through. It does not define us.
yeah.
Right.
Perfect.
Could-
Dude,
Can
that's
you
the
type
very
in
survivor,
first
not
type
a
in chat?
victim.
Get to know. Can you type in chat so I can drop your link?
Yeah.
I
That's
know
the
you got
very
a great
first.
channel, so.
That's the very first thing. I appreciate it, man. That's the very first thing my counselor, very first counselor told me. She said, "You are just Aaron. What you have and what you went through do not define you. At the end of the day, you're still just Aaron."
Just remember, you're a survivor, not a victim.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Kaylee, would you like to tell how you cope?
Yeah, sorry.
And then next would be Harley Dad.
I mean, if you asked me that a year ago and probably asked me that a year from now, it'll probably change. But where I'm at right now, um, talking about it in my own way that doesn't feel forced and doesn't feel like I'm doing it out of a triggered place, like that's probably the most healing, better than any prescription or anything that any doctor has recommended, is just not feeling forced and not feeling like I had to, and wanting to tell people and being understood in a way that I didn't even realize, like was possible. Like with people that I don't even, you wouldn't even know had shared the same experience. I get messages on Facebook and stuff all the time, at least once a week, of somebody that is like, hey, I wanted to reach out to you. I watched you and I heard your story and I don't want it public, but this happened to me. And I understand what you're saying. And that, it to me is like, wow, you would never know, because they carry themselves so normal. And and I pick their brain, like, how do you deal with it? And most of them say the same thing: time. It's time, because when they were my age, they were a big ball of emotions too. So it's like, that's kind of the thing I have, is just learning how to deal with it right now, as at where I'm at right now in life, instead of being so worried about where everybody else is at and theirs, and if I'm at the same place, just kind of just being comfortable with where I'm at right now, which is all over the place.
But you're doing well, and you're
Right.
able to express it.
Right. Like I don't feel like I'm as easily triggered now. It'll sneak in there every once in a while, but to where I was a year ago, 5 years ago, y'all would be amazed, because I was like just a big, every little thing hair trigger, just certain words. It was like, and just to have a better hold on my own emotions is very empowering, like,
Yes, it is.
haha, I win.
Yes, it is. And once you feel, when you relinquish that anger and you take control of your emotions again, it is very empowering. You can be upset, you can be disappointed, but the hatred is what prevents you from that empowering, because then you feel weakened by that person. But once you're like, you know what, I forgive you. I don't like you, but I forgive you. You re-empower yourself.
I swear I was subscribed.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
I do.
I
Yeah.
definitely wasn't like that a year ago, but having that conversation with you after I kind of went through the initial "how dare you" reaction, and actually interpreted it, like I started letting a lot of the stuff go with my mom, not even the SA side of it, just the actual, the emotional abuse that I didn't really realize was a thing. Like if you didn't get beat at home, then you had a normal childhood. I had no idea, like, the stuff, the constant turmoil was not normal. And then
Yeah.
when Inky broke it down for me and was like, when you forgive someone, because I was just like triggered by the concept, like, are you hearing what I said? Everything she did, and how dare you like have pity for her, like for me to forgive her. And when I got past over that hump and heard what she said, as far as it being, a relief on me, and just in not being so angry and carrying that animosity, like it has nothing to do with her. And when she said the words, like, you don't even have to tell her, like it's just, you have to really mean it and forgive her internally. And that, I'd never understood it, and it clicked for me when she worded it that way. I was like, oh, okay, well, I don't have to tell her, like I don't have to make amends with her. And she's like, no, like you don't ever have to speak to her again. It's just you and your heart have to let go of the animosity.
Mm-hmm. Amen. Amen. And you've done an amazing job. You've come a long way. You really have.
yeah.
You should be very proud of yourself, because it's not something that happens easily, and it's
All.
not easy to talk about. It's not fun to talk about, but man, after you get it out, you're just like, like a whole library has been lifted off your shoulders worth of library books. I mean, if you could imagine like a whole library sitting on your shoulders, and you're like, you just let it all out. You just let it all out. Just let them down.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's one book at a time. Sometimes it's 10.
So I
I
did
love
drop
you.
get to
I
knows
love you,
link in the
Kaylee.
chat. just so if anybody wants to go sub him up, he's got to get out. I was subbed up to him when I met him a while back. It wasn't, but now, but yeah, go check him out.
Thank
He's
you.
got a good. He's trying to protect children, and yeah.
Through the law. Let's get that straight. Like so many people have came after me. They're like, "Oh, you call yourself a child advocate?" No, you're calling me a child advocate. I don't advocate for children. That's just I don't. Like, I wouldn't want me to advocate for children because I'm loud. I don't have a filter, and I'm just not a child advocate. What I am is I am an advocate to get the laws and penalties changed when it comes to sex crimes against anyone, but especially children. I'm sick and tired of seeing people in this country get slaps on the hand when you get busted with 100,000 pictures of CSAM material. That's not a 5-year prison sentence. That's an execution sentence.
That's what I was gonna say earlier. These people that got, they rape 6 children and get 5 years in prison, but you get a fucking pound of pot and you're in there for 20 years. Like,
my
Mhm.
brother-in-law,
there's something fucking wrong
my
with
brother-in-law, yeah, my brother-in-law right now is doing 36 years fixed in federal prison for drug trafficking. The day he got sentenced, a parasite got sentenced right before him for his fifth time of going to prison for possession, distribution, and production of CSAM, and he got 5 years, 3 years fixed, 2 years indeterminate. My brother-in-law is going to die in prison at the who knows, but he'll be 89 years old by the time he gets out for selling drugs.
Yeah.
I'm not condoning selling drugs illegally. I'm not condoning it.
Yeah.
But when you weigh the two, when you weigh out the two, like, I was looking at that judge like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Yeah.
That's outrageous.
Yep.
Yeah.
And hearing
Yeah.
stuff like that, like, I'm very thankful to live in the state, in the county I live in, because we have a sheriff that is like no nonsense with that kind of stuff and very like outspoken
Hell yeah.
about it.
It's getting better.
So
They are getting better.
yeah.
They really are.
But I realize now, just looking into some of the cases I look in on my channel with doing true crime, like I'm really realizing, like, oh, this is not normal. Like, there's really,
True crime.
they're a dime. There's less of them than, every county and every sheriff isn't like that. And that's very heartbreaking and infuriating, because it's like, I know what they can do and what they have the power to do, because I know what mine does. And when they don't, it's like, what are you doing? Get your head out of your
Mhm.
butt.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I
I'm
didn't
sure
know you
that
do
most
true
people
crime,
know,
though.
like,
Yeah,
I've
she does
kind
true
of
crime, missing persons. You
been
need to
kind of
check
like on
her
a
out. Kaylee,
hiatus, like,
have you
but
dropped your
yeah,
link yet?
Where's your link?
Where's your link, Kaylee?
I don't even know where my phone is. I've done got used to this Bluetooth
Just-
shit, and I'm like,
Just
wait,
type
what?
type in chat and I'll drop it for you.
Okay, 1 second.
Just type it in the
Can I
main
throw another
chat, not
channel
in the
out there?
back
Yeah,
chat
don't
like
type in
somebody
back
does.
chat. Don't pull a get to know and type in back chat. I can't get
Don't
it from
follow
there.
my example on that one.
So, Harley Dad, how do you deal with your trauma? How do you
Humor.
process it? How do you cope?
Humor. Right. That's the thing
Yeah.
is everything. I mean, you know me. You know I like to crack jokes, and that's how I deal with everything.
Yep.
A lot of people think I'm an asshole because I laugh at bad things, but that's how I cope. I've seen some shit
Mhm.
at my job that I have to joke about it. If I don't joke about it, I'm fucking crying, and I can't. I fucking
Yep.
hate to cry. Like with
I
my
know, I
leg
hate
thing,
crying too.
I cried for 10 minutes, and then I was like, "Fuck it, let's go. What do I got to do?" It's just
Yeah.
I make jokes about stuff, and like I said, some people may think I'm an asshole, but that's who I am. That's how I deal with shit.
Yeah.
And that's what, because I know most of you know. So I'm a federal corrections officer. So like I said, I've seen some shit at work, and that's what pisses me off too. Like when the media takes a picture of cops laughing at a murder scene, and it's like, well, that's how they cope. Dark humor is a
Yeah.
real coping mechanism,
Yeah.
and if you don't have it in a job like that, you're not gonna last.
Yeah.
It's just that's how I deal with everything is humor, and that's what I do.
And even correctional officers have to meet with therapists. So don't get that mistaken.
Yeah.
They do have to meet with
Yeah.
therapists to make sure that they're coping.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is it? So I'm sorry. What is it that you do, Harley Dad? I don't even know what you do for a living, man.
I'm a federal corrections officer.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. There's Kaylee's link though. I dropped it. Oh shit! I need to go sub up because I love true crime. Anyway, subscribe. Ooh, done. Anyway, yeah.
Okay,
So
maybe
like I
maybe
said,
maybe
so
maybe
I've seen
Harley
some
Dad will
shit.
get to meet my my predator because
Maybe.
we're trying to take him to the feds. Yeah, we're trying to make it federal because it happened in more than one state. So when an incident like this
It
happens in
crossed
more
state
than one
lines.
state,
Yep.
it
Yeah.
crosses state lines. It becomes a federal offense, and he has over 4 years of charges consistently in 3 states. That's life in
Wow.
multiple states. Amy,
That's
how do you
that's
cope?
one. That's. Oh my bad.
I'm similar to Harley Dad in many ways. For those that
In
don't
many
know,
ways.
I'm also an amputee, a below the knee amputee, just the opposite leg. Um, and yeah, that's how I've dealt with a lot of things too. Is I tend to crack a lot of jokes about it. But I've in the past year or so I've gotten into therapy, and I also have been thankfully prescribed with a godsend medicinal cannabis. It has helped in many ways with phantom pains and other issues,
I thought you were gonna
mental
say Drew.
issues and whatnot.
Sorry.
Um,
Is that why your name's
but yeah,
Aunt Annie?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Aunt Amy? Yeah, because I'm an amputee.
That's great.
Oh, I took it totally. I took Aunt Annie.
I thought you were like
totally
fired up.
different.
Like, yeah. I took
Yeah,
it
that's
like
what you were
amped
like.
up.
That's what
Like,
Cocaine.
you went with.
I think
Yeah,
Ryan
I get
is.
that a lot.
I think Ryan is too.
I get that a lot.
I could be mistaken, but I think he might be too.
Ryan in chat.
Old Fart Gaming. Oh my God, I love you.
what
He's
did you just say?
amazing. Old Fart
Smoke Dank
Gaming.
Gaming. Oh, Old Fart Gaming. I saw Smoke
Old
Dank
Fart
Gaming first.
Gaming. Smoke Date Gaming's here too. Oh my gosh, hold on, Smoke Dank. Let me make you a moderator also. For those of you that are just coming in, please put your links in chat. Please, 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 please. Let
I think
everybody
she was
connect.
saying, Ryan, she thinks you might be an amputee. I think it was
I
Ryan in
know
chat, right?
he may not be. I know he uses a wheelchair every once in a while, or sometimes he's in that, or sometimes he's in his gaming chair. So I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever
I'm in
seen
my
him from the
wheelchair a
waist
lot.
down. My best friend, he
Yeah,
also was a correctional officer, and he got hurt jumping over a fence, and he was diabetic. And it started with a toe. I think I told Harley Dad about this. It started with a
Sounds
toe.
familiar.
And then it
Yeah.
went to he actually got both of them amputated from
Oh
his
yeah.
knees down, and it broke my heart. He passed away not too long ago, like 2 years ago. So
Oh,
that's why
man.
I write Harley Dad about his health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We email
Yeah,
back
mine-
and forth about my health.
Mine was a blood clot that was missed. I'm actually seeking compensation about this currently. But yeah. Like I said, it was a missed blood clot. They didn't scan my whole leg for some reason. Like the doctor didn't see a reason to scan my whole leg, and they missed it. And I was told it was just an injury from working out, and I was told to expect discoloration and swelling. And I'm like legitimately missing time. I was in so much pain. Because like I was laying there feeling my limb dying. Yeah, like I don't remember parts of that. I was also like hallucinating when I was trying to sleep at night. I shredded a pair of my socks in my sleep one night because I had a dream about it. I don't even know. I was so messed up just from being in so much pain. So yeah, I'm seeking compensation about that, and that's another reason why I've been in therapy. But yeah, like I said, like Harley Dad, I try to be humorous about it, and I'm also really thankful that I'm still here because like the clot could have gone to my brain, and I might not be here
Or your
anymore.
heart, or your
Yeah.
lungs, or
It actually, it went through a hole in my heart that I didn't
Oh
know
yeah,
I had.
actually, yeah, I remember that. I remember you telling
Yeah.
me that.
Yeah, and I have a device in there now that plugged that hole. But yeah, apparently it's very common in newborns, and these days they pick up on it immediately and they just fix it. But back in the day, in the late '80s, when I was born, they didn't pick up on that shit, and so yeah, I had a hole in my heart I didn't know about.
60 years ago, when you were born, they didn't know about it. So. See, but that's the shit I'm talking about. She's talking all serious. I just crack a joke.
You
so.
fucker.
Yeah.
Oh wow, real quick, Harley Dad, next time she's in your email giving you a hard time about your health, go ahead and give it right back to her, because little Miss Missy loves
Right?
to help everybody
Yeah.
else, but don't ever want to listen about herself.
Who are you talking about, Amy?
I'm talking about you, Inky.
Oh, what did I miss? I was in the middle of apologizing to Ryan. I was like, "Oh, I said 14 legs, 2 legs, or none." I meant to
Yeah.
Real
put
convenient.
1 leg, 2 legs, or
Yeah,
none.
right. Well, because I told her, we said that we email back and forth about my health, and she told me next time to give you shit because you're always gung ho to help everybody else with their health, but you don't take care of your own damn health.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Because I enjoy.
Yeah, I won't say who I caught. I won't say who I seen smoking yesterday either.
Zip it.
Say Inky, and I'm gonna bring it out.
It's so good. I'm not on cammed up today.
I won't
I'll
tell you
hear
who's
it.
smoking. I won't tell you who's smoking right now either.
I'm gonna tell you to smoke right now because you're about to see it.
Well, maybe after the 9th, I
Other
will
than
be
Harley
straight
Dad.
and I can quit. If not, they're just gonna want to cut me open in a bunch of spots. So they're gonna take like a little rotor in my legs and my aorta, my iliac, my celiac.
Oh, machine he is.
Well, that's better than the
I was
other
gonna make a
option.
different type of hole plugging joke.
I know.
Anyway,
I have to make it at least another 8 years, Kaylee.
Another 8 years. Are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, I'm counting down.
Dude,
First
you
of all,
realize
and I
I'm
mean this in the
barely gonna
most
be like in my prime in 8 years? Are you crazy?
I mean this in the most respectful way, Pinky, but I would have never known you were as old as you are if you hadn't told me. I mean, most respectful way, honestly. Right?
I know, I'm
we need to
almost
start driver's
40 and a
license or
half.
something.
No, you're treading enemy lines right there, soldier.
No one ever believes that I'm 50, but I am.
My husband, my poor husband, he's a year younger than me, but like when we were still long distance, he would show pictures of me to people, and they'd be like, "Are you sure? Are you sure she's over 18?" And like they would like look at him like he was kind of some sicko. He'd look at him like he's like some kind of sicko, and we still get that. Like we went out on the bus like a few weeks ago, and the bus driver was joking about needing to see my ID.
Yeah. Well, it's because you do look young as hell.
Yeah, he's easier.
First time she came on my panel, I was like, is she old enough to be on YouTube?
Poor guy, you're younger than me though.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's okay. My ex is always younger than me.
So
I don't think I've ever been with anyone my age.
My ex was
my cradle robin ass.
See, my ex was 14 years older than me.
I prefer
girl, that probably stems from daddy issues. That's what my therapist told me.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely did. And it was a very predatory, abusive relationship. Do not recommend.
Let's see. Yeah.
Well,
is your husband? At least you have your husband now, and more. Your age range, and not abusive. Checks all those boxes.
My current husband is fan-freaking-tastic. I cannot say enough amazing things about that man. The whole leg thing with me, it happened in our first year of marriage. And before we were married, we were very long distance because I was in Georgia, in Atlanta, and he was over here in Australia. So like we didn't even meet in person for the first time like 5 years into our relationship.
How did you manage that? Like even on the phone, you're like the sun's going up over here when it's going down over there. Like I'm just curious, like how did you do that?
We fucking made it work, man. We found a way. When there's a will, there's a way, and it was
Well, that is amazing.
it was not always easy, but yeah, we did it, and
Talk about
I
trials and tribulations. That's awesome.
It was just
yeah.
lots of phone sex. And, no, sorry.
I mean, when you started out like that, I mean, it's kind of everything else that you could go through in the future is going to be like Mickey Mouse. You know, you've already overcame that. Like, what else you can handle anything?
And honestly, the way I look at it is like we in the first years of our relationship, all we had was communication. So like we built a really solid foundation.
That's not
right,
and that's a good thing.
That's what most relationships lack is being able to communicate. So that built a foundation. I'm sure that will be.
But yeah, so our within our first year of marriage, that was also our first year of living together, like being around each other 24/7. And yeah, he was and continues to be amazing. Like we're 4 years in, almost 4 years in now. We'll be in January. And yeah, he's so incredibly supportive, and he has never once made me feel any less beautiful than I was before. And he like this all happened during the height of the pandemic. So like there were times that he could not get into the hospital and see me, but anytime he could be, he was there from like open till close. Like they would have to kick him out. And he's just been so supportive. He's there cheering me on at every obstacle. And yeah, like I said, I can't say enough good things about that man. He is incredible, and I would move across the world again for him in a heartbeat.
Well, he's got to be a very, very strong man to deal with you. So
That's valid.
I don't know. She's got them. I don't know. There's a lineup for her too. She's got them sexy fishnets.
She's got that sexy ass voice too. Anyway,
I know. I want to learn my cadence. I don't have a good cadence. I sound like a freaking goofball.
That's why I don't watch any replays without I'm on because I just fucking. Sorry, go ahead.
Ask Traveling Fools because listen, I swear I would be willing to have like the motivational, like, you know, the daily aspirations if he was the one recording them. Like something about his voice is just like, I don't know why, I like it a lot.
Got that radio voice, like, yeah.
Well, no, it's just it's different because I don't like radio. Like, I hear that and it triggers me, and thanks to somebody, Inky knows what I'm talking about. I'm just anyway.
Alrighty, he doesn't have a radio voice.
Well,
I apologize.
I didn't. Well, you know, Kaylee's the one that pointed it out when she was all mad at me and they were talking shit. And one day I overheard her saying, her in that little baby voice. And I was like, I use that much baby talk when I talk. And I started going back and watching my streams and I'm like, man, I need to learn to not do that. But it's part of me being me. Yeah. You know,
right.
That I can't help it. There's just going to be times where I'm like, yeah, it's just going to happen.
Yeah, well, it just triggered me because I'm like, I thought what we had was special. You're doing it to everybody.
This is my little swampy.
Yeah, you talk like that to everybody. That's why I was throwing salt on it.
I'm sure she can hear it in the back of her head when I'm like, oh, this my swampy is loved by Stimpy.
Yeah.
I never go back and listen to anything I've been on because I can't stand my fucking voice. I really wish I had my inside voice as my outside voice. Like,
there's nothing wrong with your voice, though. There's nothing wrong with your voice. I don't like my voice either. That's the thing. I feel like nobody
is amazing. My voice sounds horrible.
I was gonna say I don't think anybody does, and you'd have to be really narcissistic to be like, oh, I love to hear myself talk, and we know a couple of them.
Well, yeah, we know some of them.
My sister
Amy has a really nice, high-pitched, feminine voice, and I'm not gonna say I'm super masculine, but I'm not super feminine either. Like I'm like in between. When I gotta do dude work, I do dude work. When I do girl work, I do girl work. I like to look like a girl, but I like to do men work too. But anyway, so I have a deeper cadence than like Amy. You know
what? Though?
I feel like my voice never changed. I just sound like a kid.
Yeah, that's like me with my height. It never changed.
So get to know. Would you like to say how you cope?
You know what? If I knew how I cope with it, I could tell you guys, but I'm still learning, man. I wake up every day and I tell myself that I'm not going to let it affect me. And within the first 12 minutes of my day, it's already affected me. So I start kicking my ass, and then I just get up in the morning. That's how I cope. That's how I cope with my shit right now. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna make it over that hurdle anytime soon, but I'll get there someday, maybe. But I cope with my shit by coming on here and talking about what I'm passionate about. Like, I started doing this as a way for me to go through therapy for myself. My counselor and I came up with the idea to do it. I started it out on Facebook, um, a group on Facebook. It's called Get to Know, same as my channel, and it worked for me for about a year, and then it kind of like peaked, and I don't know. It's not that I lost interest in it. I had taken it had taken me as far as it was going to go because it wasn't reaching enough people, and my counselor and I came up with starting a YouTube channel, and that's what I did. And everybody, and I mean legitimately everybody that I've came into contact with here on YouTube has helped me become a better person myself. Whether we still talk or not, and yeah, like you know who you are, you know what I mean? And all of you guys, I thank you for that, man. And I've never felt like I was more a part of something than I do here on YouTube in my entire life, man. And that's how I cope with my shit, is by reaching out to people and getting them death threats because I know I'm doing something right. You know what I mean?
Most definitely. Most
That's where I'm at
definitely.
today. I don't know if any of that made sense or not, but it made sense to me.
Definitely.
So
Definitely.
you know,
I feel like that resonates with me, and I'm sure it does with a lot of people.
and I was gonna say, like, congratulations on your marriage, sweetheart. Like, if I can, like,
Thank you.
my wife and I fell in love with my wife the second I seen her. My wife have been together since the day we met. So we went from perfect strangers to living with each other to to getting pregnant with my son to getting married within the first year of us knowing each other. And and
Wow.
and we have been through so much, like, there have been definitely more down times than up times, but you know what? When we're on those up times, we're fucking balling. You know what I mean? We're solid as
Mm.
fuck, dude. And I mean it. So if I could give, I don't know your husband, but he sounds like a great guy. Okay, like
Yeah,
my wife is my knight in shining armor.
that's great.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And if I could
one
give
of
some
the
advice
things.
to your husband, let me give just a little bit of advice to your husband, like straight up. What I do to make my marriage work is I try to figure out a way to make my wife fall in love with me every single day that we're together. Have I
Oh,
always been
that's
successful at
beautiful.
it? No, you're not going to. But you know what? I'm damn good at it.
That's
19 years, almost
beautiful.
19 years, you know what I mean? So to your
Yeah.
husband, seriously, just make sure you try to make, even whether you pass it, whether you do or not, bro, just make sure you try to make your wife fall in love with you all over again like it was day one, bro. And you'll
I
be
mean,
perfect. You'll be golden, dude.
honestly, he doesn't even have to try. I still look at him and I'm just like, that's mine. Like, I
Well,
adore that
congratulations. I'm
man.
glad you guys met each other. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I adore him inside and out. He is a fantastic human being, and he is so like down to earth and grounded and patient and knowledgeable. Like he's done courses on like counseling and addiction and stuff, and like he's such a smart person, and like he's he's helped me through so many things, and he's so level-headed. And like, if we get into an argument, as every couple does, because like, you know,
Oh yeah.
if you get two or more humans together, and they spend enough time together, you're gonna bump heads. You are.
It's inevitable.
But with him, it's we don't fight each other. We come together against the problem. It's not him versus me. It's not me versus him. It's us versus the problem. You know.
And I'm not. And I bet you.
That's important for it to be that way.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
And I bet you hands down right now, your husband legitimately will sit there and watch you try to struggle through something and try to help. Like I have the hardest time, like when my wife's trying to do something, like if I see her struggling with it in any way at all, if I see a way to make it easier for her, I try to make sure that I do that. And she's like, babe, you're being annoying. I'm like, well, I just don't like seeing you struggle. You know what I mean? Is your husband like that?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't like to see,
I can do it.
and like don't ever get mad at me
my
for that.
soul.
I'm just you know what I mean? Like
Yes, I
mean-
irks my soul. Like I'm not. I can do it myself, mother. Beep beep beep.
especially
it's
especially becoming a differently abled person. We've we've had growing pains in terms of that. But he's very quick to be like, you know, look, I didn't see it from that perspective, and you know, I'm sorry I did this. I'll do that in the future, and you know, he learns from it, and like he's never doing anything with malice. So like I take that in mind, that you know, he's just trying to look out for me. And you know, sometimes I get frustrated. Sometimes I get frustrated with the, you know, the circumstances, and I might lash out at him when he tries to help, but then I also always go back and I'm like, hey, I'm sorry I lashed out. I was just, you know, frustrated in the moment, and you know.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing with that makes me realize that your husband really is a good man, is because you went through this shit with your leg the first year of your marriage.
Yeah.
My wife and I had been married for 11 fucking years when it happened to me.
Yeah.
So I mean, she obviously ain't going nowhere, but he could have had every chance to be like, you know, like, but he didn't, and that's good on him for that. And that's amazing.
Like,
you know,
like when my wife and I met, she was in a little bit of trouble, you know what I mean? And she was looking at some time, you know, in lockup, and I told her, I was like, look, your story captivated me. Okay, like what my wife's been through makes my life to me seem like, fuck, dude, cakewalk. You know what I mean? Like, like
starting to make sense now.
I just told her straight up. I was like, you know what? Whether we become a couple or not, and if we do, and we go our separate ways, I'm telling you right now, I give you my word that I will always be there for you, whether we stay together or not. Like, because my wife never knew what it was like to be able to have somebody that she could count on until she met me, and I told her, well, you know what? I will be the first person to fucking show you what it's like for somebody to be there for you no matter what. And I will never fucking turn my back on my wife, and it doesn't matter, man. Like she went to prison for a year, dude. I was a dad for the first time with a brand new newborn son, you know what I mean? And my wife locked up in prison. I was working 16 hours a day, 7 days a fucking week, man, 93 days in a row without a day off and shit, you know what I mean? Like, we've been through some shit, man. And there is nothing, like, I will walk through hell with gasoline drawers on, man, and pack my wife up out that motherfucker and look at the devil and say, lick my ass, dude, because I'm gangster for my wife, dude, you know what I mean? Like, she's my
ride or die, motherfucker, ride or die.
I would have never known in a million years that your wife is a low-key thug. Like, I'm intrigued.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm telling you right now, man. I'm telling you right now. Between my wife and I, and I'm not bragging about it. My wife and I got over 40 years of street experience, dude. Like we've lived on the street. We've slept on the street in 4 stalls in the middle of December in Idaho. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking cold out there. I've ate out of garbage cans to stay alive, man. I know what this shit's like, dude. We know.
I get it now.
I mean?
You're the extension cord. She's the plug. I get you.
You get it now? You get it now?
Yeah.
You like that shit?
Yeah, you're plugged in, all right.
you.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
amazing.
that's right. Yeah. My wife's the most fucking beautiful, amazing person I've ever met in my lifetime, dude. And I would die saying those words, but know in my heart that's how I feel. Like I see no
That's
other
awesome.
woman besides my wife to me, dude. 18 years I've loved this woman so passionately, dude, and I only build up on that every single fucking day because she deserves it, dude. That's it. You know
See,
what I mean? That's
see,
how
and
I
I
cope.
knew, and I knew too. I was like, man, they have an amazing relationship. Plus, they can bond because they both have had trauma, and so they can understand each other's like way of thinking.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
you know,
Trauma bonding is a real thing. Like, yeah.
My
Yeah, dude.
husband and
Like,
my
Can be
husband and I have
toxic
go ahead.
too.
also my husband and I have also discovered, and very early on in this relationship, in this marriage, that we're both, I don't know if you guys are like know the term neurodivergent. But like I knew I was because I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was a child. Um, but he's recently been told that he, may have ASD. And
what's
so like
What's
ASD?
that?
autism spectrum disorder.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like obviously there's, it's a spectrum. So like, like
Right.
you see some people where like they have sensory issues where they just cannot get through the day because their issues are so, terrible.
Yeah. They can't be
Right.
touched. They can't be all kinds of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. With he and I, because I think I may as well also be ASD. ADHD and ASD are common together in women, and it's also very common for women to be diagnosed later in life, especially women our age, like in our 30s and up.
Really?
Because back in the day, just the way that they would diagnose autism. Just ADHD
Oh
tends to mask autism symptoms in women. So
wow.
yeah, it's very common for women to be diagnosed later on in life. Um, but
How
yeah,
do
I
they
think
test for that, if you don't mind me asking? Like,
there are a few different tests that they
but do you
use.
have to like request it yourself, or does a doctor like see
Yes,
something
yes.
in
No,
your
no,
yes?
you have to seek it out, and it's very expensive. It's not accessible to everyone, which is very unfortunate.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow, that's sad.
yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't know, like, if you don't know, then how do you know to
Yeah.
ask? You know, like,
Thankfully, we live in a country that takes care of that kind of thing. Looks
Amy,
out
you
for
don't
us in
live here
that
in the
kind of way.
U.S.?
Well, she's in
No,
Australia.
I'm from
oh yeah,
Atlanta, Georgia, but I live in Australia. I'm
yeah.
an
She
Australian
fell in love
resident.
and moved all the way
She's
across
an
the world.
expat.
Yeah.
That man must have a magic. Anyway, sorry.
Shut your mouth.
I
That's
like
some
to
nice tennis.
Stop it.
I like to joke that I paid an
Pineapple.
arm and a
Pineapple juice.
leg. I
Yes.
like to joke that I paid an arm and a leg to move here, but I was able to negotiate. And I
Oh,
said,
oh,
The leg, yep.
that's still too new to me. You can't do me like that right now, girl. Come on now, man. I'm almost traumatized by that one. I'm like, she didn't really just say that about herself, now did she?
Oh, shit.
Damn.
Hey,
That's
well,
too fresh
listen.
for me.
Get to know
My
you should be
favorite joke.
considered one too. You have half of only one ball.
There you go.
No,
See?
no,
You're
no,
part of
no,
us.
no,
You're
no,
one of
no,
us,
no,
brother.
no, no, no. You got that all fucking wrong, Kaylee. If you're gonna drop balls on me, you better drop the right ones, girl. I got a full stack. It's just one
Yeah.
of them's fucking plastic and the other one's fucking real. That's
It's
what it is. They're
silicone,
even weighed out
Katie.
to be almost the same. They weigh the same. They're almost the exact same shape and
So
everything.
you have a
So
prosthetic, but
kiss
you
my
have a
fake nut
prosthetic.
on that one.
You have a
What's that?
prosthetic.
They have
You have a
prosthetics
prosthetic, though. You're in the Amy and Harley Dad Club.
He has
Yeah.
nauticals,
Bam!
okay,
There you go.
Kaylee?
The only man that'll be in the Haley and the Haley the aren't. I'm
The
freaking out
only
here.
man. I'm
In
a
the club for
man.
a fake nut. I got a fake
Oh,
nut
for
and
a
I'm
fake
proud
nut.
of it.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
Tom Green.
So
look, there are
get to
lots
know.
of people out there.
Loki wants to know if they still bounce the same.
See, I'm glad I'm not the only one
You know
that
what?
had questioned.
You know what? Let's just say this. I did sit on them both a couple months ago, and one sits really kind of. It hurts a little bit. The other one is not so bad.
So the real one hurts.
No, it's a plastic
Yes.
one.
You want to
Ironically,
get
that
real
hurts.
answers? Ask his wife.
Well,
She's
the plastic one is just kind of.
Yeah.
It just kind of hangs in there, I guess, but
So
but it is what it
Wednesday
is. Okay,
stream.
gravity's the problem. It's gravity.
So Wendy's. So Wednesday's stream is going to be about nauticals. Just kidding. Nautical naughty Wednesday bingo.
No,
I was
but
gonna say
like,
get to know.
Yeah, bring
Real
your
talk, though?
Billy. Bring his cat.
real talk though, like
Loki
a lot
says
of
so.
people,
Plastic blue balls. Do they
Oh
come
my
in
God.
colors?
a lot of people have removable body parts if you think about it. Like there's lots of people out here with wigs, with dentures. I mean,
Arms and-
prosthetics are no different. And
Every robot, right? Yeah.
So get to know one of my favorite jokes when I lost my leg was I used to be 6'3", but now I'm 5'3" because I lost a foot. That was one of my favorite jokes, but
yeah.
apparently y'all don't think it's funny, so whatever.
It's not funny because I'm only 5 foot.
Well, man,
See, I
never
just
mind.
I just was
I
waiting. I
say-
wasn't going to be the only asshole to laugh. I
I
had
have
to
no
wait for
idea
someone
what-
else to take the lead.
You guys are saying, man.
That's the only
I'm-
time I've ever told it and nobody laughed. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh,
Tough crowd
listen,
out here, Jesus.
I was laughing, but I was muted.
If Kaylee gets really quiet, you know she's laughing in the background. She just want to rip boob muscle on stream.
Yeah, see, Loki knows that joke because I would just tell
I
that
mean-
shit all the time.
I gave you the nod laugh because I make the same joke all the time, but I just say I've always been short, but now I'm down a foot.
Yep. That's okay. We got a leg up on the competition now, so we're ready to go.
Yeah.
OMG.
What do Asian leg amputee or Asian women leg with their leg amputees? What do they call their prosthetics? I know I fucked that part up, but anyway.
Chopsticks.
Eileen.
Oh, Eileen?
Yeah, but they're Asian, so it's Irene.
Say it.
Oh,
Listen,
oh, oh.
make your eyes go slanted and say it in your best Asian accent, and then come back.
We just lost Get to Know. Where did he go?
Oh, I offended him. Shit, I'm sorry. Get to know, man. I was just joking. See, I told you,
No.
Kaylee, this is what I do. I make
No.
jokes and people. No,
And he
You may
said,
have
"I
been
hope."
having-
I was just gonna
May
say
have
that.
been
I got
having
several
nut
friends
issues.
that call me IHOP.
I think he was having nut issues because he was like
Yeah,
roboting
he was
and
roboting.
stuff.
Mm.
I always have net issues.
Ugh. So that's your only requirement,
Someday it'll be-
Pinky, for a husband? Is he's got to be a gamer, or that's your only requirement?
Yeah, he has to understand.
Pretty-
that.
No,
pretty
she's
low
lying.
standards right there. Jesus.
She's lying.
Hurry
Trust and
up.
believe. You have to make it past the whatever she calls me. Absolutely.
Get to
Well,
know
after-
Jessica for the link again.
After my
You have to
ex-husband,
get
I was
approved by
picky.
Swampy.
After my ex-husband, I was picky as heck. Like that's one thing I will say. That man taught me what I do not want.
Mm.
Harley Hop.
That's what my wife said. Yeah, Harley off. Yeah. That's what I almost named my streams as Harley's Hop Along stream, but I decided not to.
You know what? But you've accepted it, and you can laugh about it,
Oh yeah.
and you
one
know
more.
that it's not. It doesn't. You know what? I think of these things that have happened to us in our life, whether it was when we were young or when we were older. It has made us stronger human beings. We're here for a purpose. And
Yep.
it's to help make other people that aren't as strong stronger. So, for instance, someone that might be going through the same thing is Amy and Harley Dad. They may not have that courage. And so you guys will give them that courage to be like, you know what, screw that. I'm not going to like waste away my whole life because I'm dwelling on this. You know, same
Yeah.
thing like with me and Kaylee. We're like, okay, yep, we went through that, but we're still here and we're here for a purpose. And that's to give other people
Yep.
that don't have that courage a purpose.
Yeah, so that's
know?
actually the only reason I have a channel. Because I mean, I've had a channel since 2012. I never planned to put any videos out. I never planned to do any of it. And then I sent a couple of my friends the video of me putting on my leg for the very first time and walking for the first
Yeah.
time in 5 months, and doing just fine walking with it. And they were like, "You should put that on YouTube." I was like, "Well, no, I'm not going to put any videos." And they're like, "Well, yeah, but you might inspire somebody that's going through this." And I was like, "Fuck, I never thought of that." Because one of the first things I did when I found out I was losing my leg, I was on fucking YouTube looking up amputees, and
Yep.
I was like, that looks a really good idea, And now look at it, it's been,
Yeah.
what, 4 months, and I've got 20-something videos, and I'm monetized now, and it's just like, it's fucking crazy. But because I never planned on doing it at all. But if I can help even one person can watch one of my videos and be like, well, fuck, if he can do it, I can do it, then I've done my job.
I'm so glad
Right.
that you did and that we met, because you're incredible.
Me too. Oh, no, you're incredible. You're going to make me blush. Stop it, Amy.
Oh, look, his little cheeks are getting pink.
No, they're not.
Ryan, Ryan, you know what a funny story is it was about 10 years ago, as a matter of fact. It was about 10 years ago, and I was looking at the car seat recommendations, and I came to realize 10 years ago that I'm like an inch shy of having, or no, I think it's 2 inches shy of having to drive in a booster seat.
She's an inch shy of being a midget.
My daughter doesn't even have to use a booster seat no more.
So, for instance, here, I'll stand up for a second. So I'm sitting at, okay, hold on. I'm sitting on my foot. So let me get to like my normal height. Okay. So this is me sitting in a chair. My feet are dangling. Okay. Hold on. This is a normal office desk that I'm sitting at, like at any law office, right? So this is like the normal height that the chair would be. Because I'm so short, I have to like hike the chair up to where my feet don't touch the ground, right? So then this is me standing up. Woo! Sitting down.
Wow, I had no idea you were that short. I mean, that height. Didn't mean to say short. Because my daughter's 9 and she's 4'10". So
where does the
Oh my God,
doorknob
my daughter
come to you
Steve- my-
when you go to open a door? Where does the doorknob come? Where is it?
when I open the door, it's like hip height.
Okay, so mine is literally straight across from me. Like I just turned the knob. That's how short.
Yeah, eye level.
No, not quite that short. It's more like boob level. Yeah.
Listen,
used to
some
Well,
of
that's a
her,
pretty good level to be at. But anyway,
Katie,
used to
tell me-
Everybody-
Wheelchair at home.
she's got to stand on a chair for everything.
I
Well, you
do.
know why she's so smart? It's because she doesn't bang her head on shit.
right?
Oh, I could have had a so good joke. No, those little marbles were all banged out before.
Hey, that's why
Ryan
I'm so
says
smart.
like
'Cause I never
women.
bang my head on shit.
Fuck, I hit my head on all kinds of shit all the time.
My husband does too.
I don't. I
and he's
stub my
gonna-
Yeah, 'cause
freaking pinky toe.
her husband's an inch taller than I am, so
Yeah, he's
Dude,
6'4".
Well, there you go. And how, dude, I've been this high since 8th grade.
hey, me too.
Did I
going
this high?
into high school, there's always a freshman hazing thing, or there was back then. Going into high school, nobody fucked with me as a freshman because I was the biggest person in school.
No, my
through-
husband is a giant. He's like 6'4" and very broad. Like his
I just got a
shoulders
nosebleed.
just
Oh
like
my God.
yeah. And I'm 5'4".
5'2".
I'm 5'4" and in a wheelchair most of the time. So
Yeah, so she's really like 3'4", but
yeah.
My daughter, she just turned
I'm gonna do
15
another shot.
and she's 4'8".
Harley
4'8"
Dad,
at
does your
15?
prosthetic bent back like a paperclip? What?
So the foot
That's called a running
look
blade.
like one of the So my foot, the actual foot looks like a running blade, only it's foot sized and it has a heel on it. So the running blades, like you see the people running, they don't have the heel, it's just the blade. But my
Right.
foot looks like that with a heel on it. The rest of the leg is carbon fiber. But the actual foot is actually titanium.
Do you have a foot shell on?
Say again?
Do you have a foot shell on, like a silicone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Same.
It's silicone.
Yeah.
Right, Fast Eddie Tink Tink, poor little Tink Tink. Sorry.
Everybody's got silicone. I'm jealous.
Yeah, because it's
I don't
like
have
a
any
shell.
silicone.
I want some silicone.
Liar.
You got
No,
some
I
Just
don't.
get a boob job. Just get a boob job and you can have some silicone.
I had mine all
God,
cut off. I don't want no more.
If I was going to get any job, I'd get an ass job, okay?
Oh my God!
would
Don't
get
get me started on this again.
He's gonna get
Hey,
a
hey,
BBL.
hey, it's a real
You gonna look like
complex for
Kim
me, man.
Kardashian or what?
Look, okay.
You
He's
know,
really
like-
he's got a complex about it for real. He's got no
Tell
acetone.
him, Katie, tell him about it for me. Tell him about it. Tell him about it.
It's a hard knock life.
Yeah.
I
Legitimately.
We are, Ryan.
I support
Right.
body modification, but like do it safely.
Ryan, I'd come to
Get a
about
fat
here on you.
transfer. Fat
Yeah.
transfer is safer.
I'll give you some of my fat, and you can put it wherever you want.
Inky's the queen of Botox and eyelashes, so
Right.
you know
I'm
there's
giving
that.
some hard ass ass in my ass.
There we go. So every
See,
time you
I
sit down, I'll be
know.
like, "Damn, that was a weird
Yeah,
feeling. What the
I'll be like,
Inky's
fuck. I'll
brainless.
be
She
like,
only
Hardy,
knows about
Dad, fuck, work
eyelashes and
out.
Botox. Some of the stupidest shit I've heard on YouTube, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Hey, get to know. You said you want to do a shot earlier, or no?
Yeah, but I want to talk about you offending me here a minute ago.
Oh shit.
I don't offend nobody. You talk about the Asian joke.
I have no idea what you guys were saying because I couldn't hear any of you guys for about 5 minutes there. So whatever it was,
Ah.
kiss my ass. You know what I mean?
See, I told you I offended him. That's why he left.
He cracked a joke and your timing was impeccable.
Right? Your
Impeccable timing.
joke overtook my joke. So
I don't even know what joke I told. What, my face?
no, just
I roll,
bailing out.
Billy.
Who's
I
just
roll
some-
as
no.
freak Bill.
Switch the-
Buffalo Bill.
Hell yeah.
Good. You ready? All right, I'm ready.
Yep.
All right.
All right,
Cheers to
brother.
everybody. Much love for
Cheers,
everybody
brother.
being here.
Hello,
Cheers,
man.
cheers.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, he's on cam. I didn't see. Oh, he never gets on cam.
See, there you go. That's why I'm triggered. Why are you doing the baby voice?
That's what I was looking. I'm like, who is that guy?
Oh my God, who is that guy? Holy
And I've
shit,
seen
look
his
at that
face
guy in
before.
there.
Wait,
It is
show 'em your
Halloween.
ponytail. Show him your
Iggy,
ponytail.
you there? Oh, show him. What,
Do you have a rat tail?
No, it's longer
Oh,
than
no,
that.
it's like a
Yeah,
fucking
it's-
rope.
It's a lot thicker. Yeah, you got a thick one. Anyway, what's up, B? Welcome back.
That's what she said.
I know. I had to resist. I had to resist earlier when
Fine.
Amy said, "Yeah." When Amy's like, "Oh yeah, my husband's a giant and he's broad," I had to resist making the joke. So
That's my
Yeah,
Yeah, I
line.
was like, oh fuck, I got a nosebleed. Thinking about even being that tall gave me a nosebleed.
that's what's always so funny because like my daughter will be at the park and just talking to parents and stuff. They're like, "Oh, how old are your kids?" We're like, "Well, my son's 7, my daughter's 9." They'll be like, "She's 9?" And we're like, "Yeah, because she's 4'10." And they're like, "Oh my God!" And so my wife just looks at me and goes, "Hello."
Yeah,
You know
my
what?
daughter,
It's crazy. My 10-year-old's my height. Wears my clothes. Almost the same size shoes.
So I have
Okay.
a partner at work that she's 62, but she's super skinny, and she keeps giving me bags of clothes to give to my daughter because she doesn't want them anymore, and they fucking fit my daughter. Granted, the pants are generally longer, but they fit her perfectly, other than the length. That's how skinny my friggin' partner at work is. And because my daughter's, she's big, but she's not fat. Like she's not overweight. She's
What's wrong with
proportional.
skinny?
There's nothing wrong with skinny. I
No
just give my
skinny
partner shit because
shaming.
my 9-year-old can wear her clothes and her shoes. So
dude, I can make 4 pairs of shoes out of my son's one shoe for me.
what size does he
Oh my
wear?
gosh. B, stop picking
Size
on me.
12 and a half.
10 is
Yeah, I
bigger
wear
than you.
14s.
Yeah, well, I don't even care. Okay.
I've worn 14s since I was 14. Because I
I'm
was
not
always
even
a joke.
jealous.
At your age, not your shoe size. And I'm like,
Fucking
well,
teen? That's
Eh?
you might as well buy skis. What the freak?
That's
my dad calls them
legitimately
clodhoppers.
that's legitimately twice as big as my feet. So kiss my ass.
Do you have
Hey,
to
man,
special
some
order them?
people are
I've never
born with
even
bigger
seen
ones
that
and
size.
some are born with smaller
You
ones. It
know,
happens.
I wear a
I've
size
never
5.
been.
Oh, it's hard to find shoes. It's hard to find shoes.
It's
Order
And
like
I
that.
meant
I've
that with the
never.
pants.
utmost respect, dude.
Can you imagine me trying to find pants
You got to
in the
shop in
women's
the.
department?
You got to shop
You
in
guys shop in
the
the kids department.
in
I
the
have to
juniors.
shop in the juniors
what
department.
I give my stepdad shit because he's like, I want to say he's like 5'7" or 5'8", and so I always give him shit. And so when we were moving them into their new place a while ago, we found a picture book or school photo album, whatever it's fucking called. I can't remember what it's called, but yearbook. And it was the 3rd grade one. And I was like, "Oh, I found Papa." And I was showing the kids. I'm like, "Look, he's still the same height." He fucking punched me in the arm. He's like, "Fuck you."
Is he short?
I haven't.
Well,
grown
he's
yet.
like
I was in,
5'8" or
sixth grade.
5'9", something like that, and I'm 6'3".
Oh yeah,
So.
he's that's
you
short.
guys-
That's about a foot difference.
Kaylee,
Well, that's
did you
what
grow
my
since
wife's
you were in
5'3".
sixth
And
grade?
she's like,
6th grade? Like height wise?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't ever one of those that's like I couldn't
"Why
even
aren't
tell
up here,
you.
B?"
Like I last time I even got my height like was when I got my ID, but it's like I don't know. I just kind of never been one of them things. I can tell you like when my boobs stopped growing, if you want to know that. Like
Yeah. When was that? Sorry.
when I was 12, about 7th grade.
No. Okay.
So let
Katie,
that sink in.
Katie, I just wanted to say, like, that is so sweet that you remember my ass story. Like legitimately, like I will remember that forever. And I'm being dead serious here. Like I'm like showing real emotion here. Like that means the fucking world to me that you remember my ass complex. Okay?
You're touched by
like,
that, not the ball story. Like
Like for real. Like everybody's
everybody.
gonna remember the ball story, but who's gonna remember why I want? You know what I mean? Like they'll be like, that means the world to me that you remember my ass story. Like I am so glad that you thought about my ass since you've heard my story. That makes
I
me feel so
guarantee you,
fucking good.
I will always remember your ass now too. Just so you know.
Yes, thank you. I mean, people they're like, what's the problem? I'm like, it's fucking concave. Like, what the fuck do you mean? What's the fucking problem? It's not even fucking there. Like my pain specialist.
I didn't realize men cared, but when I realized like he's
Right.
experiencing real like trauma, like
This is real. Listen, my pain doctor. Look, I've been saying it for years, and everybody's like, "Oh, shut up! Your back can't be fucked up because you don't have an ass." Bullshit! I got a fucking doctor to say no. Like legitimately, your back is fucked up like it is because you've been sitting on your fucking backbone your whole life.
Yeah, my father is the same way, and he was a truck driver, so his back is extra fucked.
Oh God, yes, yep, I feel his pain. Legitimately, I feel his fucking pain.
do you pace around a lot? Like
I don't know what fucking happened to it. I just didn't get that fucking gene. Never had now asses in heaven, and I thought they were now fucking something else over here. Like
do you sit on pillows or do you not sit a lot? Oh my God, Buffalo Bill, just put the lotion on the skin. Stop it.
Put the
My
lotion
sister-
on the skin, or you get the hose again.
My sister got all the boobs in the family. Like she's like an H cup. And
God, bless America.
hell.
I
That's what mine were,
I got
Amy.
the butt. I got the butt.
Oh my God, you're gonna trigger. Get to know.
I had
Yeah,
34
I'm
inch
gonna.
boobs.
I'm
had 'em
fucking out of
removed.
here. I can't take this abuse no fucking more, man.
Putting salt in the wound.
I'm gonna rage quit right now. I quit giving
wish
you
they
guys
could've-
my shit.
When they did my reduction, I wish they could have taken some, like, because they took out 550 grams and 500 and 550. So 500 out of the right and 550 out of the left. I wish they could have like taken that 1,000 and stuck it in my butt.
Shit, I'll take 100 of that and be looking like fucking J-Lo. You know what I mean? Like
Badonk.
fuck, like legitimately, that's how much of an ass I don't have. Like I lay down. Like when I lay down. Like I proved it to my wife a couple weeks ago. I'm like, watch. I'll just sit here. I won't even move, and my fucking pants will fall off my ass.
I'm gonna listen. We're gonna start a GoFundMe for Get to Know's BBL.
Hey, for real. Look, I looked into them. They're only $3,000 a piece, you guys.
You could go
They're
to
only
Florida and get it
$3,000
for,
a
like,
cheek,
$3
man.
grand.
$3,000 a cheek.
You can go to
You might have to get one cheek at a time, or Mexico.
Florida, you can get the whole thing done for like $3 grand.
Both cheeks?
Hey, I'll fly there, and I don't even want to get on an airplane. But you guys give me ass cheeks, I'll fucking love you all forever, man. I'm not even kidding.
You Get to Know is going to be like this. He's going to be like, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, look at that one shot, and he gets all lovey-dovey.
Look back at it. Look back at it.
Like the first thing I
doing hair selfies.
look, yeah, I would come out of surgery playing "I'm too sexy for my pants, too sexy for my pants." Fuck,
Drop it like it's hot.
They do it wrong. He'd be like, I can't even walk through the doorway.
Twerking for the first time. Be like, this is what it's like. I get it. Fucking no wonder why girls like to twerk, man. That's so cool.
He'd be twerking and his ponytail be flopping, and he'd be happy as a fucking pig and shit.
I'll take the braid out and let it throw out like Cousin It and just fucking bounce my ass and my ass is bobbing. Just fucking boom, not even caring. Dude, the first thing I'm gonna do when I get new ass cheeks is sit on my ass for the first time in 44 years. How about that?
Just don't sit on
my ass for the first time.
Yeah, just don't sit on the silicone nautical.
He's gonna be twerking on TikToks and sitting on cakes on OnlyFans.
Hey,
all we
you
dude,
get to know when you
straight up.
things work.
Yeah, right.
Guess
He'll be
what?
a Chippendale. He's not. He
Your
can't
butt
settle
will
for
find
digital.
Remember,
No,
when you
not
get
me,
real
just
big,
my
get to know.
ass.
Remember us.
Just,
Remember us when
just.
you get bigger.
Hey,
Get to
hey,
know.
I give you my fucking word. I give you my word, and my word. You guys know what my word means to me, man. That shit's serious to me. I
Okay,
give you my
so I'm
word.
gonna put that
When
in
my
my
ass
calendar.
becomes famous, I
Set
cut you
up.
all in on it.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
my God, Becky.
Look at
Set
that. Oh, he
Yes,
must be one of those
dude, I
rat
want
guys'
this so bad.
girlfriends.
I want this so bad. I want that song to be like, oh my God, there's Aaron. Look at that ass.
Get to know BBL.
That ass though.
Straight up. Go fund me an ass, you guys. Go fund me an ass.
I just told you I put it in my calendar. Set up
Move-
GoFundMe
hey,
Yes,
for
I
Get to
love
know
you, Inky.
Move-
BBL.
Like, I'm serious.
Move
When
to
my ass becomes
Australia.
famous,
Move to
you guys will
Australia.
all.
They'll pay for it.
Yeah.
What?
Hell yeah, I'm down.
No.
Whatever you guys want. Like, as long as I get
Like,
ass cheeks, you guys, whatever it is, I'll do it.
okay, like legit though. Okay, so I've looked
Australia will
into
pay
it.
for that stuff.
No. Listen. Okay, so I developed fucked up. One of my boobs is way bigger than the other one. And
I
it's
noticed,
common.
but I didn't say nothing. Anyway.
It's it's more common. It's more common than you think. But anyway, apparently, here in Australia, fucking amazing country that it is. $700, I can go get my boobs fixed.
Well, that's a medical thing. So, like,
But
I had my boobs
I like them the
reduced,
way they
right?
are, so you shouldn't. Sorry.
No,
So,
I don't care. I'm getting them fixed, and then I'm getting my nipples pierced, and then I'm not wearing a bra ever again.
so okay. So when you have
Get
a
it.
medical,
So you're
hold on,
always welcome on my
listen.
panel. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
So
Right
when you have
on.
when you have a medical condition like that, that is like where one boob is tremendously larger than the other one, they consider that like a health, and it's not just cosmetic. Okay, we'll just put it that
Yeah,
way. Your
yeah.
insurance will cover it. So because like I had enormous boobs, like my
What's the
rib cage
condition?
was,
Lopsided? Are you serious?
but no, it is. I can't remember what it's called. It's something pendulous, something or other.
Why? Because of like like you're off balance or whatever. Like what's
Well,
medical
No, it's
about it besides
okay.
you
So
don't like the way it
and
Does it
looks?
hurt one side of your back but not the other?
No. Like I can't speak for everyone, but in
Just
my case,
one
it's
side
because
gets
of
more resistant than the other.
it's because of a condition called polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Yeah,
My hormones are all messed up, and they have been since my lady bits started working, basically. So I developed funky. And yeah, it's been like it, it's yeah, and like I said, I crack jokes about it and stuff too, but like it honestly has like it's taken a toll on me. Like that's hit me in my confidence. Like back in like middle
Yeah.
school. In middle school, I failed PE because I didn't want to change out in front of other girls because my chest is weird. Like it has impacted my life. So the fact that I'm living in a country where like I don't have insurance, I don't like it's just like the government itself. After $700, they will pay for me to get my boobs fixed, and like I cannot freaking wait. Like I read that and cried.
All I have to
How long
say
does
is way to make me feel like a dick, Amy.
How,
Just saying.
how long does it take to become a citizen of Australia?
About it too, but actually so I first got here right before like COVID hit. So it was like January of 2020 I got here. And I came on a visitor visa, but since we were married, I filed for my partner visa after my visitor visa expired. And then it took about 3 years because just this January I got my residency. I am a full resident of Australia.
Now, wouldn't you be a full resident because you're married?
No,
No, that's not how they work.
yeah,
No.
up until this point. Well, I also had to pay 14 grand to apply to become a resident, and I hired I hired an immigration lawyer and went about it, like all legal and stuff, and make sure all my I's and T's are dotted and crossed.
So that shit you see in the movies where they got married just she got a green card, that's not real.
Yeah, no.
Well,
no.
that only
It-
happens
it
here
does
if you want to be an
help. It
American
does
citizen.
It
But
does help.
yeah,
Well, yeah, I could speak only for America. It does help,
yeah,
but it's not an
then
immediate
we had
guarantee
to
thing.
do like a crap ton of paperwork, and like we had to show that we were in a legitimate relationship. Like I showed pictures of us when we first met, and like I sent them tons and tons of like chat logs of us talking
Homemade
over
sex tape.
years.
Just
Jesus.
And yeah, it took years, especially with COVID, for my residency to come through, but it finally did. And yeah, so
So do you have dual citizenship now?
no, I'm not a citizen of Australia, so like I cannot vote. But like that's the only thing. Like I have
this
work
is a
rights. and all
resident
that.
alien.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm still a United States citizen. I just live abroad.
But you are.
So you tell me by the time I hit 50 years old, I could get ass cheeks by the time I'm 50?
I mean, if you haven't come to terms with your body by now, bro, I mean, like,
He
hey,
hasn't.
look, you do
He
what
hasn't.
you do. You do what you
He
need to
hasn't.
do to make yourself feel comfortable, and we will support you. We will start a
Well, I
GoFundMe
want
to get you
some
fucking
ass
ass
cheeks,
implants,
man.
bro.
Like,
We will
okay,
start a GoFundMe for it.
fuck, I'm down. I'm down. I fully support
go.
that message. Like for
All right,
real,
I
like
said it. Now I got to do it. Fuck.
like I know what you mean, Amy. Like for real, like it's
I
like
have it on
it's
the
another
calendar for Saturday.
I really have a doctor like saying like my back is fucked up because I don't have ass cheeks, man.
You don't have a
it's
counterbalance, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I've literally been sitting on my backbone, my tailbone, my whole fucking life, dude. You know what I mean? It's fucked up.
All right.
Like,
So this is
I'm
going to
actually
sound
going to- I'm
crude,
actually-
but now I really want to see your ass. I mean, no
Hey,
offense. You don't have to show me. It's just I'm so curious now.
Send me your, I sent Ernie Shell pictures of my ass once, dude. He was like, I sent it to him. He looked at him live on air, dude. He fell off his fucking chair. He's like, what the fuck was that? I was like, yeah, motherfucker, that's my ass, buddy. Give me your email. Send me an email. I'll send you a picture of my ass. I ain't
Just
got
tell
no
me
shame
what
in
your
my game, bro.
OnlyFans page is. Tell me your OnlyFans page, and I'll go check it out.
I don't have one, man. They won't let me on there. I ain't got an ass. And having an ass is a requirement for OnlyFans. Like you have to have an
I
ass.
only
Oh, no,
want this for the front.
Anyway, sorry. All right, so I'm gonna.
We only want frontal views and at an angle. Make it
But for
look
real, bro, give me
gotta
your
make it
email
look right.
address, man. I'll have pictures of my ass to you in 5 minutes, bro. Ain't no shame
There
in
you
my
go.
game,
There
bro.
you go. It's a back chat. It's a back chat.
Right. He thinks I'm fucking joking. My wife's
Sorry,
like,
guys.
looking
I gotta
like,
see
son of a bitch. Okay, you'll see, bro. You're gonna be like,
Oh my God, you
you're gonna
really
be like,
put your
you're gonna be
email
like,
in there.
you're gonna be like, I'm making this GoFundMe fucking page happen.
All right, but if
Straight
I fall out of my chair, then y'all need to call my wife and tell her to come help pick me up. So.
Okay, deal. I'm getting your email right fucking now, and I'm emailing your fucking ass. Even like Arkansas.
Please
thinks we
have
gotta
pants
send a
on.
picture-
Please have pants on.
Like-
Or shorts or something, please. Like, I don't want to see your ass. But anyway.
Maybe in the
Harley
meantime,
Dad's wife's gonna be like, "Why are you getting naked nude butt pictures?"
She's like, I figured you'd be getting
Why are you
naked
getting ass shots in your
chick
email?
pics, not fucking some dude.
Sounds
My
like
wife's
somebody from Montello.
look. My wife's like, look. He showed his ass to more people than just you, bro. Like he's gonna do with his ass what he wants to do, whether I say he can or not. He's like,
I
yes,
never
just
question
show
my
him your ass,
sexuality,
dude.
Loki. You know that. Just for that, Loki, I'm sending the pictures to you. Sorry.
I don't give a fuck. Put him out there. It'll help my GoFundMe page.
It will. It
We'll
will.
get one of those
Katie already knows. Katie already
commercials
knows.
with Sarah,
Katie already knows
Sarah
I'm doing it.
McLaughlin singing in the background and pictures of your ass. Can we help
No,
this man
listen.
get an
I know
ass
the amount of
please?
emotion behind that. Like, there's no. I can just.
I ain't
There is-
shitting.
That is true. Like,
Well, if you
that
ain't
he's
shit, you do
suffering.
need
That's
to get your ass
pain. Like,
fixed.
he's heartbroken.
I know.
I'm
I'm making
fucking, like,
jokes, but that's what I
legitimately.
told y'all. This is what I do. So I just
Like
He's
you know what it's
butthurt.
like to
No,
go
I'm
through your
just-
whole entire life
He's
being the only
butthurt.
person in the fucking world without an ass.
hurt.
No, you don't, because guess
Anyway.
why? I'm the only one that's knows what
Eddie
it's like to
says
go
that
through
we
life without an
need
ass.
Right.
Eat
says
some
we need a
cornbread,
live
dude.
Harley reaction
Right?
to the
Dude.
pictures. So you have to do these pictures on live so we can see what your reaction is.
No, he's gonna come up being a simp. Forget to know.
I'm gonna get his email and he's gonna send me the pictures. And I'm gonna send him my phone number and I'll be like, "Call me,
Why
bro."
are his cheeks spread in this pic?
Yeah,
Oh no,
exactly.
there would be no
Before-
spreading of the cheeks. Look,
Wait,
this
is
is
that
what
a
you guys
butt
don't
plug?
understand.
What the
This is what you
fuck?
guys don't get.
Bend over
This is
and
what you guys.
cough.
This is what you
Like,
guys
how
don't
is
get.
his pants up? Is he got him freaking zip tied?
They're not ever. I'm always pulling the
He's got
motherfuckers up.
suspenders. He's got suspenders.
They don't work.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, sorry.
Before
I've
you
used
get your
bungee, like
ass fixed,
I've used bungee
Bungee?
cords. I've used
Use
fucking
bungee
bungee
cords?
cords. Industrial strength motherfucking tying semi truck down bungee fucking cords, and my pants fall off my fucking ass.
Have you tried a ratchet
making
strap?
you're making my poor flying squirrel cough over there. Stop making her laugh so hard.
Wait, you have a flying squirrel? Wait, what?
No, that's his wife.
I call her my little flying squirrel.
Yeah, sugar
Yeah,
glider.
Fast Eddie knows. I've seen my fair share of ass cheeks. Trust me, I really have in my job. So,
You're not
I-
gonna see any ass cheeks. There's nothing to fucking spread back there, you guys. I can't do it. It's fucking impossible.
It's just a crack.
well, send me the fucking
You can
pictures
barely
and
see
see.
the crack. It's so fucking
Wait,
inverted.
wait,
I'm
wait,
telling you
because
guys, man.
don't have a butt. Does that mean you
I
have a
don't-
little tailbone tail?
I don't see no fucking
I said,
email.
like I've rounded it off.
How do you? Yeah, he probably doesn't know where his spine stops and where.
So do you have to use a booster seat when you drive because you've got no ass?
No, I use a pillow.
Oh, okay.
Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice.
look. Okay, so
I feel so
before you
bad.
get your
This man's serious, and we're just fucking making jokes about it.
Before-
I
You're
apologize.
gonna see the party, Dad. Mark my words on this. Mark my words on this. You're gonna see
he's
this,
taking
and you're gonna be
pictures
like,
right now. You hear him? He's in the bathroom.
Yep. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I am so fucking sorry, bro.
Listen,
I'll be
if
like,
it
"It's all good,
requires
bro.
the
Just start
bathroom
that
to
GoFundMe
take the
and make this shit
picture,
happen."
hey, listen, let me just tell you now before you lose a friend and make this very awkward. If you have to be in the bathroom to take the picture, you're good. No, wrong website. Only
It's the only way I can hold my phone up
Tail
at the same time and
waggles.
take a picture of my no ass.
oh, have your wife do it, you weirdo.
You can see
That
him
was
at
weird.
noass.get-to-know.com.
He's trying to show you the silicone ball at the same time. He just won't admit it.
No.
Why are you
No
bending
ball
over in
showing.
this picture?
That would
Wait
be
a minute.
weird and making it uncomfortable. I will not show nothing but the ass. I'm telling you right now. Ask her and kill. I gave him all of it. He's like, check this out, motherfucker. Check it out. He fell off his chair. So that's him. It was funny.
I mean, but to be fair, that's Ernie. So I mean, you know. But
I
I'm just kidding. I got no
wanna-
problem with Ernie.
Oh, we
I
love
wanna-
you, John. Thank you, honey.
I want to make the request that before you get your ass fixed, please do a cosplay of Hank Hill.
Dude, Hank Hill
I
has
sell
an ass
propane and
compared to me.
propane accessories.
Fuck propane. I'm a charcoal man.
Damn it,
I
Bobby.
like Boomhauer.
Yeah.
Tell you what, they fucking shit in the fucking damn kind of fence to fail down. Yeah.
I say.
We're hunting webbits.
Daggone Ben no night.
Dang, motherfucker didn't have no fucking ass. I tell you what, it was fucking strange. He didn't have no ass. I saw the picture and it was fucking weird.
Somebody in chat said that's what Arkansas sounds like.
We're hunting webbits.
She swears it was me and I wasn't, because trust me, I take credit. We still don't know who it was. They won't
That's good.
show themselves.
They'll see it. They'll see it. Okay. Pictures are taken.
Oh, you didn't have them already ready to go?
No,
Wait, have you been talking to us while you've been taking pictures of your ass?
I just had my wife do it just now.
Thank you so much. I gave the suggestion. Hair flip.
Hey, there you go. It's a good
Okay, I'll
idea.
do the hair flip. Oh, wait, sorry.
Email address right here.
Yep. Let's send it back. All right, y'all.
I mean, I
I'm
guess-
doing this for y'all. Just so you know.
I left my
It's
shorts
all
on. You said leave some pants on, so I'm leaving it. I can take a picture of my bare ass if you want,
No,
bro.
I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Okay. I'm just
I've
making
seen
sure.
plenty of bare male asses in my life. Trust me. I don't.
That's
Yeah,
the whole
it's
thing. You're
actually-
not gonna see an
I get
ass.
paid when I see those other ones. I'm not getting paid.
It's
for this
more
shit.
perspective when you see like how hard it is to hold the pants up. I think the pants do it justice.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah.
Thanks for the advice again, Katie. I love having you on my team sometimes.
He loves having a woman defend his ass.
I do. It's a turn on. What? What do you want me to say? My wife's in trouble tonight. Got me all wild up about my no ass.
Sorry.
It's all good, bro. We don't judge here. We got nothing but love for everybody. Almost.
Hell yeah.
DK
Now you see why it was so
welcome in,
impressionable.
baby.
Hell yeah. I'm glad
Oh,
the
DK
person she didn't see was my ass.
Look, I'm like a living Picasso. I've got one leg and half a tit. Like,
Is it on the same side?
no, actually, opposite side.
See, that's a good counterbalance then.
Yeah,
See?
you're
So why would
proportioned
you
at least.
get it fixed?
Yeah, you're proportioned. You're gonna be off balance if you go messing with it.
Right?
Makes you
Yeah,
beautiful.
we've only been on for 3.5 hours, DK, but welcome in. Sorry.
Attach
What
file?
did he say? Pay $500 for those Hawaiian rolls, booty?
Loki,
didn't
why
know
the
that
hell
was a
aren't you
thing.
up here? I love Loki.
Honestly,
Loki's
Amy-
like one of my oldest social media friends. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Honest, Amy, once you have the surgery done, you'll be the happiest woman on the planet. After I had my reduction
God.
done, which I was a 34H, so I can completely understand.
34H at 3 foot tall?
Ooh,
Jesus
sick.
Christ, how did you walk?
Sick.
You know, it's
Just
funny because
stand
the surgeon
Sorry.
said, "When's the last time you saw your midriff?"
Yeah, my sister's the same way. She's like 5'1".
Yeah.
She was
And
top heavy.
and I'm built like an hourglass, and I had these really, really massive boobs, and it was just like,
Yeah,
it was just, I couldn't handle it. And
Tell me again about your life problems, I roll.
oh
First
yeah,
world
no,
world
dude, trust me,
problems.
you do not want big, heavy boobs. Like fake boobs, they go half under the muscles, so they're not as heavy. And when you have
I got
34H,
all of
mus-
skin and an hourglass body glass, and my boobs are too big, and my face is
And
perfect.
I'm
still
50,
big.
but I look like I'm 32. And
Yeah, like
anyway,
please,
sorry.
just rub it
did hear
in.
me say, you did hear me say I had 550 grams taken out, and they're still big. They're still
I'm
massive.
still waiting for the problem.
Prove it, Inky. Sorry.
I
I'm
just
still
did.
waiting for the
I
problem.
did.
Like,
See, look, they're
No,
still
you're not big screen, so we can't. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
They're
just-
still
listen,
big.
I want to know
But the
why
doctor
do you
was
know what your
there.
boobs weighed? Like, is there a place you can go pop it on a scale and weigh it, like at freaking grocery store or something? Is that a thing?
No, he took over half of them off. So if you have,
But I'm saying, how do you know how much they weighed?
They would have been about a pound a piece at least.
Dude, I want to know. Is there somewhere I can weigh my
Shit,
boobs? Is what I'm
my
asking you.
leg weighs fucking 12
Haley, when
pounds.
they take them out, they have
Just
to
give
weigh
him
how
the
much
Hardy
they
Dad.
took
He'll
out.
weigh him for you.
So I have to
Right.
remove them to know.
I'll
There's
weigh 'em.
nowhere I can like.
I'm very
be
good
just-
at guessing weights this way. So, anyway, sorry.
No, I don't think so. But when they take them out, it's just like when they do fat transfer, they take it out and it goes into this bucket on a scale, so they know how much is bodily stuff is coming out.
Oh no, no!
Oh,
I want them
wow.
to still be attached to my body. Never mind. Moving on. I digress.
Well, just go hit
Well, you have
the
big boobs.
grocery
I've
scale at the
seen
store.
You, Kaylee, you have big
Dude,
But
boobs.
don't
one
say
on-
that because I will, and that's probably going to get
I'm
me
just
banned.
saying that no, fuck, you don't need to go to Winco anyway. So just,
Yeah.
just go in there, try it one time. I mean, there you go.
So
I'll
they
be on the
left
news.
me- So Amy, what I was saying was, so they left me still at a D cup.
Mhm.
At a D cup, and they took out 500 grams and then 550 on the other side.
That's about
Wow.
a boob.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
See,
I
and that
cannot
could have
wait.
gone into his ass. Sorry.
I know.
I
It could have
cannot
gone into
wait.
mine.
I would have taken it.
Like I said, I'm fully aware of like what it's going to do for my confidence. Like I cannot wait. Like
Oh,
I said,
shit,
I'm
I haven't
I
totally. I'm
ran around
gonna.
without a bra on for
Yes.
like the first month. I was like, oh my God, this feels so
Exactly.
good. And then I thought about it. I was like, I'm never taking it off again because I don't want them to get saggy. So now I'm 50 with
That's a
like
myth.
20-year-old perky boobs.
See,
That's a myth.
I wore two bras for the longest time because I would wear a padded bra and then I'd wear a sports bra on top of that to hold it to my body, so there was no like gap.
Oh, to make them look the same?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm very
Whoa.
much so over bras at this point, and so yeah, like once they're
Well,
fixed, I'm
You're going to
done.
want to wear one though. You're going to want to wear a bra because you don't want, if you have PCOS, okay, that means that the majority of your breast tissue is mammary tissue, and they're going to continue growing, and they will grow back.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're
But
going to want to keep
I'm
a bra
also- I'm-
on as much as possible to keep them, to maintain their shape and the way they look.
Well, yeah, that's true. And I am pretty like even like the larger one. I'm my husband says I'm perky for my age.
I agree. Anyway. Oh shit!
But yeah, I'm
muted,
not
sorry.
getting a reduction in mine though. It's basically gonna be like a fat transfer. They're gonna make my little one bigger.
That is freaking awesome. That is
Yeah.
freaking awesome. Technology these days.
Yeah.
Awesome. I mean, come on. Harley Dad has like a titanium leg.
No, foot.
Foot. He has a titanium foot.
Yeah.
Can you paint your toenails?
I did.
I could? Does it have the shell? Yeah.
Yeah. I painted mine. I painted them
Lead
chrome.
Amy, you painted your toenails on your foot?
Yeah, I painted them chrome. I felt it was fitting.
Oh, cheese and
Aw.
rice.
That's fucking cool.
Chrome.
Lead foot.
Yeah.
There's nobody. Did you send them pics yet? What's going on?
I called my other
So,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, I did 10 minutes ago.
He did. So I'm trying to bring it up on my tablet. Apparently, I don't have the second email, a link to my channel on my tablet. So I was trying to set it up, but I guess that's not going to work right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave my camera. No, I'm going to leave my camera on, and I won't be able to see you guys. But I'm going to check the email. So let me know if I got a booger up my nose or whatever. But give me a second.
Get that fucking GoFundMe money ready, guys. Straight up.
Oh, DK Spiracy says put the scale on the T bench, the TT bench. So I guess if you had like one of them pot scales, you could probably just flop one
Dude,
of them on
what
there.
the fuck?
Yeah, that's it, bro.
It looks like you skip leg day every day of your fucking life. You need to do some squats or something. Jesus Christ. What? All right,
Yeah.
Amy, can we set up a GoFundMe for this man? 100%. I will donate some of the fat from my ass.
I'll send them.
No,
I'll
listen.
send them to Pinky. Pinky, I'll send it to you.
It's worthy of them commercials, like the ASPCA commercial.
Thank you,
That's what
Katie.
I'm saying. We
Fucking
need a
thank
commercial
you.
with Sarah McLaughlin singing in the background.
Yeah,
Yes,
in
Can
the
you help
yard.
It's
this man?
worthy. Okay, I'm sending it, Pinky. I'm sending them to
I'm
you.
writing
I'm
this
sending them
down.
to you right now. I'm sending them to you right now.
Hey, could get this man an ass.
Yes, I like the fucking charisma. I like the fucking drive. Let's do this.
So try this. Try this every night. You need to like massage your belly out and back and try to every night, and maybe it'll work its way down a little bit.
We've tried. We've tried. I've tried everything, bro.
Stick a fucking pillow in your pants
Don't
where your
worry.
ass is supposed to be and walk around that way. Because
Yeah, like
holy shit.
pillows.
I'm not trying to body shame you, and obviously
Hey,
but it's just,
I got no body here. I got no shame in my body, bro. I don't got an ass. It's fucking legit. I can't deny it.
you can't now because I got the pictures.
They
But
do sell padded underwear, just so you know.
They
Oh,
don't.
yeah,
They
get the
don't. They
the
don't. They
bicycle
don't stay.
shorts.
They don't stay
The
the
on.
bicycle shorts that got the pads in
They
them.
don't stay on. They don't stay on. You don't think I tried them?
So what you do is you get the bicycle shorts with the padding in the ass, and then you take a staple gun and you staple it around your waist.
Yeah.
No, get some of that fabric tape that us ladies use on our titties.
There you go.
When you have big boobs, that fabric tape don't work.
Listen, I'm pretty like what's the word? I don't know. Like MacGyver kind of. So what about like if you
Trying to-
got one of
trying
the
to redneck
padded
rig it?
underwear? Yeah, there you go. That's a better word than I was thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking the other one. Anyway, continue.
So you could get some like padded underwear and then put Spanx over them
I was thinking some
Dude,
Spanx would be
okay,
involved
listen.
at some point. Yeah.
so that they stay
I-
in place, and you don't get all
Listen.
lumpy booty.
Listen. I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know
get
how
you guys
those
to-
shorts stayed on. Honestly,
He
anyway.
doesn't have
Dude,
any hips
dude.
to keep the panties up.
Dude. There's nothing
That's what
like
he's
you guys don't understand. I can lay
You
on
guys
my
don't.
stomach. I can lay on my stomach and my pants fall off my ass.
Are you falling out of your chair right now?
I'm not in a chair.
See, I'm in a camp chair that's got two good solid rails. That's why I didn't fall out of my chair. But
See, there you go. Boom. See? Legitimate. What was your reaction? What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah.
Feel like such an ass for saying that. See what I did there?
Now I get to be, now I get to be the only member of the fucking of the prosthetic club with more than a deficit and a prosthetic addition. You know what I mean?
I'm trying
I'll
to
be
figure
there
out
for
how you
two.
sat on your balls with no ass. Like, I'm trying to figure that out.
Tell me about it. Luck of the Irish, bro. Luck of the Irish, bro.
I wouldn't call that luck, but that's, everybody's got
Hey,
their
it doesn't
own
got to be
opinion,
good luck. That's what people get wrong about
touche.
the Irish.
Good point. Good fucking point.
There's such thing as good luck and bad luck. That's why there's two of them.
Yep.
If I didn't have bad luck, I wouldn't
Bad
have
luck,
any.
I wouldn't have any luck at all. Yep.
You can have some of mine. I mean, look how lucky I was. I'm like the only person to ever be born without an ass. Pretty fucking lucky.
That means he's probably packing that somewhere else that we can't discuss.
Yep.
Well, we're not going to get into that. No.
I ain't getting. Do not send me pictures of that.
Pineapple
I've seen
juice.
plenty of those too, and I don't need to see no more. So
Pineapple juice.
We're good.
Virgin ears.
bullshit. Anyway,
Vanilla.
Okay, here we go. Send
That's
it
what
to
everyone
Nikki
used
right
to
here.
call me, huh, Kaylee? Vanilla.
that's what's funny
I
about
knew you
Inky.
were
Like,
pretending.
There's
because
the one.
she does. Hold on, Inky
Hey,
does her
number
panels
two.
like this, and then she was on my panel the other night, and I was like, I made some joke about her being here, so we had to be kind of nice or whatever. She's like, "Oh no, this isn't my panel, so I could let go on this panel." So Inky's got some secrets too. So I'm just saying. Anyway,
Yeah.
I have to be all
Catch her on the
when I'm on my
catch her
own.
on the ball gag night.
right? What was that? Bingo's a ball gag or what? Ball gag
Bingo and
bingo?
ball
Is that what I saw? Fuck it.
Yeah, but Kaylee's packing one in her little night chest.
Ooh.
Hey, Inky, check your text messages.
Listen, I can't.
Me?
Edie
Yeah.
was so mortified.
Well, she's going to have a heart.
I can't right now. I'll have to check when I'm off because I'm using that phone for my
Oh,
camera.
Fast
damn.
Eddie knows. Fast Eddie knows though. In the arms of the angel, playing in the background of his GoFundMe page.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you fucking very fucking much, Party Dad. You're fucking awesome and amazing. So, like, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'll be checking. I'll be checking GoFundMe. I'm telling you right now. Like, I want an ass for
Dude,
Christmas. All I want for
We
Christmas
really
is
need
two
to
ass
set this
cheeks.
shit up. We 100%.
All I want for Christmas is two ass cheeks.
All I want for Christmas is my two butt
Or at
cheeks.
least one
My two
ass cheek.
butt cheeks.
At least one.
Butt
Like,
cheeks.
I can take one and turn
All
it
I
into
want
two.
for Christmas
I still
is
have
my
way more
two
ass than I
butt
got now.
all right, Loki, get on this. Start setting this GoFundMe up. Anyway, sorry.
For real.
Okay, Harley Dad, we'll do it on Saturday.
There we
Yes!
go.
I just want to say thank you guys. Like, I'm gonna cry. I'm fucking serious. I'm gonna cry.
Oh my
Well,
god, I
see-
finally have an ass.
See, if Inky was monetized right now, I'd start sending her money to send towards your ass cheeks. But
Oh my god.
I have a Cash App. I have a PayPal. I have a Venmo.
you do have a Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
Just to nobody's ass. Let's give just to nobody an ass. He's always wanted one. Please, I support this message.
That's
It's
gonna
only
be my
$3
next.
grand. Come on,
the next
if people
the
can
next
get
video
fake
I
money
upload,
for fake BS, we could get
That's what I'm
money
saying.
to get him some butt cheeks.
For real.
If
And like
people,
I
yeah,
would
get
I would be
donated
more than
money
willing
to
to show
buy
you
new
guys.
TV and shit.
And
Yeah.
He will twerk every stream for at least 5 minutes.
And I'll
Fast
split
Eddie,
it with
throw your
all you
email out
guys.
there. I'll send it
Share
to
the
you.
wealth. Share the wealth. You ain't
No,
never
you
seen
keep
an
your ass
ass
cheeks
like
to yourself
that.
after this. You don't need to split it with us. You keep your ass cheeks to yourself after this, okay?
Oh my
You don't
god,
need
your
to
little.
split it with us.
Okay.
What is the dog wearing? Inky.
Okay.
Oh,
This dog, right? See, this is what I hate about on the phone. I'm like, what do you mean, what dog? Like,
Oh well,
there's a
I
dog
have it
there.
on my TV too. I'm always like everybody always knows I got it on.
I can't. My
12
wife's in there
devices,
watching
but-
the TV, so yeah.
The dog. You have to convince both of them that it's not her little child that she pushed out of her. You know.
Well, the stupid thing for me is I always do the StreamYard on my phone, so I'm always like looking like this. But then I have my tablet where I do the YouTube and see the chat. I don't understand why I always do the phone stream. I should do the tablet for StreamYard because it's fucking bigger.
But did you know that they just did an update and you can see the chat through StreamYard now?
Well, I mean, yeah, but I can't see on my phone. If I look at the chat, I can't see you guys.
Oh, because you have to
So,
go
yeah.
back and forth between the tab.
Mhm.
I see
Yeah.
what you're
So if I
saying.
hit chat and I go to it, I just see the chat. I don't see you guys because I'm on mobile.
Gotcha.
Someday I'll get a
Haley, were
laptop or
you
something
making
like
fun
that.
of me for spoiling the dog?
Hey, I
No,
have
she
him.
was
I
not
have
at
him next.
all.
She
I
was
Not
have
at
him next
all.
to
admiring.
laptop.
She was admiring your dedication to your little fur babies.
That's what I was doing. That sounded way nicer.
Exactly.
He's got his little llama and his banky, and he's wearing his coat. He's got
B said
shoes,
he's gonna
scarf.
come steal your dogs.
Listen, if she's on about 30 more minutes, he will be sick of it, and you'll hear just a low key like, what is that sound? Like, who's crying? It's the dog.
Damn, Inky, you're almost at 4 hours on this one.
I
Nice job.
know.
Dude, when she is, how long were your streams when you first got started?
Like 8 hours.
9 hours, 10.
That's about what my streams are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because I get drunk, everybody
I-
else gets drunk, and we just
I
have a
do
good
want
time.
to say that I do appreciate everyone that's here, everyone that's on panel that's shared with me tonight, everyone that's been in and I've been supportive. I greatly appreciate you all, and thank you for being here and being supportive and understanding and sharing your stories. I do.
That's what we're here for, is to help support our community, and you're a part of our community, and you're a great person, and you come over to my streams, and you're awesome. That's all I gotta say. Everybody's here is awesome except for that B guy. He's kind of sketchy, but
And I like you.
Hardy
I
Dad just set
definitely
up
you could.
thanks, man.
Yeah, listen, B, he is sketchy. He's very sketchy.
I know he won't even come up on panel. So, but I
It's
have
because
seen
he's
him
not
on
the
panel,
center of
so I just
attention.
fuck with
He's so
Right.
such a diva.
See, it's because his ass is too big, and he doesn't want to shame fucking just a nobody. So,
Hey, ain't no shame in my game, Hardy Dad. You know that. You
obviously
now
you
know
sent
that.
a
I
man
don't give
you've
a
only
fuck.
known for like a month with your ass pics, so you ain't no shame in your game, bro. I
I knew
respect
Ernie
it.
Shelter last time than when I showed him my ass, when I sent him pictures of my ass.
Oh, listen, I trust me. B doesn't want to play those games, Mister
Oh, I bet he
Jim.
does.
Tan laundry.
Sorry.
One of them cliche gym at the gym in the mirror selfies.
Oh, Andy, he's gone. All right, we got control over a panel. What are we gonna do?
Let's
Well,
run
we
this
don't
into
have
the
control,
ditch.
but let's do it. All right, everybody, start pulling out your. Oh, sorry, never
The
mind.
girls love my fat ass. Really, Billy. Really, Billy.
Yeah, whatever. Fucking Henry ass.
What was his name? Billy?
Oh
That makes
God.
sense with the B. Wow, I just already.
You should put. You should make sure.
I
You
mean,
should put
this
a different
wasn't
word because
SA
that sounded
panel
a
to begin
little.
with, so
Yeah, that came off a little homo.
Well, yeah, I now think about that, and it kind of probably did come out wrong, but you guys are just dirty, so there you go.
Say no homo, and you're good. That makes it all okay.
exactly.
Okay.
No homo or
I
good
said-
game that covers it.
I said F you and your ass, not
Oh,
in your ass.
I heard N.
There's the difference.
I heard
So,
All
What
I'm
does the
taking another
B
shot.
stand
Much
for?
love, y'all.
It stands for Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Billy.
that's where he puts the
Billy the
logo.
body. Are you a girl? Wait, who?
Buns.
B. I don't know when he
claims he's
became
not,
B.
I don't
He
know.
didn't used to be.
I just like Fast Eddie. Fast Eddie's in like almost every fucking channel I go in. Like he's all over the place. But
He's a whore.
He's a good guy. See, he's a chat whore. I'm a panel whore. So there is a
No.
difference.
Okay. Here's the difference between a panel whore and me. I'm a panel slut. I don't give a fuck. I'll get up there and I'll talk about my channel on anybody's panel just to get my name out there because my channel's important. That's why. Like I will
Your
slut
channel
myself.
is really important. Yeah,
I will slut
like
myself out
I don't
there
really talk
to
about my
do good.
channel for a lot, but it's usually forced out of me. But you're doing some shit that's real shit. Yeah, like mine's
Fine.
just we fuck around and get drunk and hang out. That's all my panel is.
Hey, those are just as important too, though. Those are just as important too, man. Like for real, you know what I mean?
Well, then I meet wonderful people like Amy, and I met Inky. Well, I met Inky through another panel, but Inky's been on my
Shut
panel. I love Inky.
Up, Eddie. Don't fucking flatter me. I see you everywhere, you little whore. Yeah, it's because
just over a year
he
now,
hacked
look.
into my YouTube and got my playlist and found out all my subs.
Shit. Oh shit.
Little fidget midget.
Is who a girl?
Only
B.
3 B? Only
Oh,
3
B is a boy.
But he said
Yeah.
last time we put up a pic, 3 people saved it, but that's only 3 people.
That's what he thinks because that was only the ones that was on panel.
Was it November? So I guess not quite a year. And then I fucking sorry, that's outside shit.
Oh my! I
Don't
mean, we're
rub it-
literally
don't
like a
rub it
day,
in, B, with
a day
your
shy.
Bubble butt.
Say
And
what?
Fast Eddie just follows Kaylee around, he said.
Yeah, he's trying to flatter me. He's lying. He's a whore. He's everywhere.
3 that I know of. Touche, B. Touche.
If he's a panel whore and he's everywhere and he follows you everywhere, wouldn't that in turn? Never mind.
No, he doesn't get on panel. See, I can do a hair flip
Oh,
and say
okay. I
he's
get. Okay,
only
I
been
see the
on
difference.
my
I see the
panel.
difference. I see the difference. I get it. I get it. I get it.
He's a chat
Just
whore.
say it. I've only ever seen him on Inky's once, I think. Was it?
Who, B?
Yeah, that was Inky's. Yeah, B.
No, we're talking about
That's
Eddie.
No,
Oh,
B's
I'm talking
in
about
the-
yeah. I've never seen him on a panel.
No,
I'm
Oh,
walking
see.
on half the channels. Welcome to my world, Eddie, because that's happening to me a lot lately. But anyway,
Hey, listen. When all in doubt, he'll be back with an alt.
I have no alts.
I don't
refuse to
either.
have an alt. I don't give a shit. You want to ban me or block me from your channel? All right, whatever. Fuck it. I don't care. But yes, they have Loki. But that's one thing I refuse to do. And I'm not knocking anybody that has alts or any of that. It's just I'm not gonna do it. That's not me.
I don't have alts, but I have other channels.
When I was learning
Well, other
like how
channels
to
are different.
you know,
Sorry.
doing the whole StreamYard thing and everything, I accidentally timed Eddie out. And like it wasn't even 30 seconds later. He's back. He said,
B,
"Hey, don't time me out, fucker."
B, you can't lie because you went on Salties.
Sorry.
Well, it
I can't
doesn't
help
count if the channel's been deleted. It doesn't count if the channel's been deleted. So
Well, how many of you guys can say this? I've never been on Salties. I don't even know who the fuck it is.
I
Oh,
only
come
know
on.
him
Don't-
through people talking about him. That's all I know.
Oh, well,
Then
let me
that-
go ahead and
that's
make a
not- that's not knowing
confession.
somebody.
I need to make a confession. This is like, hey, hi, my name is Kayla. I used to be his co-host.
What? Oh, okay. Well, I don't even. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't
I don't know.
know.
You tell
Apparently
me.
it's
You make
pretty
your own
salty, so-
assessment.
It's pretty
Yeah.
salty
Amy,
there.
Amy,
So.
are you trying to get me to put something up?
Oh, it's a pretty salty subject.
What?
Amy, you share screening?
Yeah, it looks like she's
She
trying to
hasn't
share
talked in a
screen, but I don't
while,
know what
so-
it is.
I don't know either. Amy, you're muted.
The suspense. I'm intrigued.
Right?
Fuck me too. I haven't been quiet this long all night. Jeez.
Hold on, let me remove her so she
And
can
she's
come back.
gone.
Yeah, let me remove
Oh,
her so she
you're
can
rude.
come back.
Okay. Did you just kick Amy, Inky? Oh man, that's my co-host, girl.
No, just so she can come back and there's no confusion.
I'm kidding.
I
Bully.
wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be mean.
All right, well, Eddie and B, y'all need to come over on my panel Friday night. We
Yeah.
have a good time.
Harley Dad, did you put your link in chat?
I don't know, like 4 hours ago or something.
Shut up, B.
I don't even know if I've got it.
What's up, B?
Yeah, if you have a channel, please put it in chat.
Oh, wait.
I think I have
who's-
everybody modded to where everybody can put their own link in chat.
Who's
What, Kaylee?
DK? Who's DK Spiracy?
He's
DK
from
Spirit,
I think
he's-
he's from Australia. Isn't he from
Oh, is he in
Australia?
Australia too?
Um,
Is he in Australia?
and he likes to talk about conspiracy theories.
Well, he said he
Yes,
knows
like
me
my
from
God.
Salties,
Oh,
and
my
I'm just,
tablet's
I've never.
being fucking stupid.
Oh, fuck, you're bald?
I know, B.
Damn.
I know, B. It's fine. Fuck you trying to
Oh,
say?
I don't know.
I'm not bald, motherfucker. Look at this shit.
Yeah, I
Oh,
wish I had a beard like that. I'll trade you your beard for
thank
my
you,
hair.
Eddie. No, I mean, I guess you could shove my beard
Amy,
hair in your
come
ass
back,
and make it bigger,
Amy.
but
Dude,
come back.
It's
Pineapple
impossible,
juice.
bro. It's impossible, bro. I'm telling you, it's impossible.
That's like
you
the
see it
scarecrow.
yourself,
You
bro.
just
There ain't
add
an
enough.
ass there to shove it up, dude.
You add enough straw like the scarecrow, and it'll.
It don't stay, man.
I
I'm
know.
gravitationally challenged.
He said New
Gravitation.
Zealand. He's from New Zealand.
B, B,
Yeah,
stop
New
your
Zealand,
fucking
Australia, they're the same
lying.
thing. No, I'm kidding.
Gosh.
I'm kidding, DK. I'm kidding.
DK did he used to come on Bell's show?
No, that's a different
Mm,
DK.
Okay, well,
I'm not
Yeah,
sorry.
that's
I just
DK
heard
from
DK
Boston.
and bald. I thought that was
Although
sorry.
DK from Bells was in my panel on Friday night. I hadn't seen him for a long time. It was nice to catch up with him. Right? That's it. Like I feel like if he did some squats and some lunges, he could build that ass up. Like Amy's
Dude,
asking
my
for the
back's
link
too
to come
fucking.
back.
That's what Fast Eddie said.
Yeah, I know.
back-
Amy,
I was responding to that.
Amy needs the link to come back up. Yeah. Eddie, I would.
Amy, come
Gosh
back.
dang it! Now you got me insulting Eddie, Billy.
Who's insulting Eddie? Wait a minute.
Well, I usually
I
am,
don't
but
think
right
we can
now,
Mr. Hands, but
Can't do
So
that.
she was
says
trying to show a
fight me
pic
too.
of her and her husband, but it lagged out. So
Oh.
yeah, that's what she was trying to show.
It was
So what
probably
she's
me.
gonna do is she's gonna come back up and she's gonna show the picture, and I'm gonna screen save the picture, and I'm gonna cut his face out and put mine in there, and then anyway.
oh yeah, that's totally
Fuck, I keep
freaking.
forgetting I'm married
That's
too.
some-
Never mind.
That's some Norman Bates shit, my guy.
Right?
Yeah.
Put the
Talk
lotion
about
on
psycho.
this
That's some
skin.
Fast Eddie shit with the stalking and the follow. Anyway, sorry.
Listen, you can't. If you only knew the sound of his voice, like he's got a freaking call center voice.
Oh, does he?
It's like for a while. That's why
Fast Eddie?
we yeah, Smooth Edwin.
Sweet. Well, all right.
It's not Edward. If you thought that, you thought wrong. It's Edwin.
No. You said Edwin. That's what I thought it was.
I remember when
After you said
everybody
it,
thought
but-
Fast Eddie was Latino.
He is.
He's
He's
not?
5 foot. He's 4'3", Latino. He's Chicano. Don't
From
you know?
Australia?
Yeah, Loki. He's been over there. That's why. Yeah.
From Australia.
Yeah, I'm there too.
He's in the desert, but not that.
Have a good
not that
Have a
kind.
good night, John Coffee. John Coffee, thanks for being here. Man, much love, much appreciated.
John Coffey.
Love you,
that
John.
sounds famous.
It's from the Green Mile.
Oh.
Right?
Oh man, little Bojingles.
Nice to meet you too, John. Please come back. Inky's she's got a great channel, great page.
So we'll
Well, it was
a
great
game
until I
with
showed up, got drunk, and fucked it up. But
Okay, I tried to add this, but it might take a minute. I'm sorry, so forgive me.
all right, there we go.
Oh, look
Oh.
how cute.
I like that dress.
You guys are so cute.
I like
That's a
her
really
dress.
nice-
That
He's
was the
definitely a head
most.
taller than you, though. But
Aw.
oh, look at his attempt to grow a beard. That's so cute. Sorry.
No, he loves you with all
Oh,
his heart. Man.
I
You
feel
can
so
see that
he
shit in
jealous
his
coming
eyes,
from
man.
Harley.
He's a good guy.
Dad.
No, not at
Yeah,
all.
he is.
Anyway,
Yep, he is, man.
no.
That's a good. Yep.
He's from what I've heard from Amy, he's a real good dude, and that's awesome. I'm glad that she has
I
somebody
like that
supports
picture. It's
her.
very cute.
It really is. Is that like you
Why
could
so
almost use that as a
serious?
Christmas card, right?
It's,
Why
I
so
was
serious?
just gonna say that. That's like with the little country house and oh,
Just because she's
Thank
wearing
you for
red
that.
doesn't make it Christmassy, you guys.
I like the little
There's-
Yeah,
the little porch.
but
What are they called? Little rocking chairs on the porch.
Well,
Yeah, that's just an everyday picture from my neck of the woods. Jeez.
yeah, that's
Well-
I was trying to say that's my dad and stepmom's house. That's on the front porch.
out in Georgia. I was wearing heels.
I'm in South Carolina, actually.
Oh, whatever. I was close. Sorry. I do really love the fact that like the red dress stands out so much compared to everything else. Like it's really cool contrast.
Thank you. Yeah,
So
I picked it because it's my dad's favorite color.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Looking at the picture though, I'm gonna guess it's your right move that's bigger than the other one, right?
oh my
Yeah.
Atlanta.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It
I'm gonna
doesn't
mute
look
myself.
much different. Like you can barely tell.
Yeah, you
No,
can
because
barely
now
tell.
I
mean,
feel like a perv because now I'm assessing.
I was also wearing a prosthetic boot.
Cheese and rice.
Yep. Anyway.
It's just the way I was standing. I think that gives it away. But yeah.
I can't tell.
Shut up.
I mean, and I was really inspecting.
Yeah. Anyway.
I can't
I'm
tell.
gonna shut
That was such an inky
Well,
thing to
see,
say.
that's the difference. Is I'm a guy, so I can tell. But I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I mean, they both look beautiful. I'm just anyway. Seriously, I'm gonna mute myself.
You make a good looking. No, they make a good look. You
Aw,
guys make a
he's trying
good.
to be
You guys
sweet and
make a
cute.
beautiful couple.
Yeah.
You guys make a good looking couple. You honestly do. Well, there's nothing wrong with saying that and acknowledging it, man. Like you guys are a beautiful couple. You guys really are, man.
Dude, have you heard us the last part of the conversation? That's not what I was saying shut up about.
Shit, my bad. Okay, shit. That's what I thought I heard. Damn, I'm stoned out of my mind right now.
Let me ask you this. Well, now it's gone.
ahead.
Could you tell which boob was larger than the other? Because that's what I was commenting about.
Why would you talk about
awkward.
that? That's rude.
I think
I would
the
never
left was
talk
bigger
about
than-
that.
The left was bigger than the right one.
No, the opposite
Did
actually.
you say the left? Yeah, it was the right was bigger than the left.
There you go.
It was your left as you're looking at the picture, so maybe he got confused there.
Oh
Maybe.
my Lanta.
Oh, that's what it was right there. We'll go with that one.
Oh my goodness.
Good night, John. Have a good one, bro. Hopefully we'll see you again soon.
And I should probably be shutting down too. It's Halloween tomorrow, so I have to dress up the babies for Halloween.
Actually, it's Halloween. Oh yeah, this Halloween tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Half
And
hour.
I'm
She
dressing
means
up
the
my
dog.
little monkey. Yes, the baby dog is going to be a ladybug, and the baby is going to be it.
Right.
He's a boy.
Oh.
And she's a girl.
So where are you sending us, Inky? Who's live?
Do they even have
Where
boy
are we?
ladybugs? Is that a thing?
I don't
Yes.
know, but he looks cute in the
You have
outfit.
to have boy ladybugs in order to have female ladybugs that they mate.
I'm not talking about real life. I'm talking about.
Oh. I'm sorry. I'm not in fantasy world. I was talking about real life.
I'm saying, have you ever seen
Identifies as a
like a little
ladybug.
kid as a ladybug? That's not a little lady.
He's going to be a little manny bug.
Oh my gosh.
Hey.
Here we go with pronouns.
Hey, yeah, it's 2023. We don't judge. Like if
I'm
just saying.
I
Look,
roll.
he's giving you dirty looks, Kaylee.
I
He's
hear
like,
him.
"Will
He's
you
giving
go
you
from the
dirty
word?"
looks.
Oh.
Are you gonna be a ladybug?
No, I'm a real boy.
Tablets. I'm a real boy. Fucking tablets being fucking stupid.
Do you love mama?
Sorry.
He's cuddled up with his llama.
Llama.
She's a rash.
I think my tablet's actually too cold. I think that's the problem.
It is cold outside.
Which is weird.
At least for
Never
me,
too cold.
it is.
Oh,
So-
pin a rose on your nose. It's freaking humidity still 80% right
No.
now.
Lucky. That's it. I know
So
where I'm
the
going.
past two panels I've been on, this is my little camp stove that I've been running to keep myself warm because it's fucking cold out
Well,
here.
hold on. Let me check. to
We
see
got the
who's-
AC on.
Let me see who's live right now.
Yeah, because that's what I was trying to do. My tablet's being fucking stupid.
The AC's
know
on.
if
I'm not
anybody
kidding.
is.
We're running the AC right now.
Oh, I would love
Okay,
to
we
be
got
there.
Dank and we got Smoke and Dank. Him's live. Bell is live.
Bell?
The Vicious
Bell's
V
live
is
at
live.
11:30?
Newman Gaming is live. Susanna Morgan is live. We have. Let me click.
Wait,
the
did you
live
say
button.
Bell V is live
Bell V is live.
What?
at 11:30? So it's like 2:30 in the morning over there. What?
Well, it was. Hold on. Let me check again.
Oh wait, Miss
Oh, maybe she's
T's
not
live.
anymore.
Miss T's
Yeah,
live
Bell
too.
is. Yeah, Bell is live.
All right, well, I'm gonna go to Miss T's.
Ugh.
And then we have All Cities live.
What was that?
The Saint and Sinners live. I don't see Miss T.
Oh well, yeah, it's actually Miss T, not on the Vic. It's her channel, not his. So
Oh, you're talking different Misty.
Miss T,
Oh.
Vic BC, yeah, Miss T BC from the Vics.
Why don't I see him live on here?
I don't know. I can
On my
grab
side.
the link if you want me to.
Yeah, can you throw their link in chat?
I will do
Is
that.
anyone in chat going live?
Shut up, Eddie.
I'm not going live tonight.
Little
If
twerp.
anyone
Way too late
if
for me.
anyone in chat going live, can you please put your link in the chat too? Is it Kaylee's going live?
Yeah, it's a little twerp. He's going live in
do.
10 minutes.
I'm
I
so
can't
happy
stand
I
neither
got
one
to
of
have
y'all.
Kaylee up on the panel. Like,
Oh,
I
Motor
feel
City is
special.
live.
Alright, so there's Miss Vix. So I'm gonna go to Miss Vix. Y'all can go, obviously wherever. But
Did you
we'll
drop
go to
Vix's?
Miss
Did you
T.
drop his
Yeah,
link?
I just dropped it.
Awesome.
Just dropped her link. Yeah. But I love you, Inky. I love you guys on panel and most people in chat. Well, I love everybody in chat except that big guy. But thanks for having me up, Inky. Love you
And I
guys.
really am.
And
And I
Great,
really
thank
am.
you.
Thank you, Harley. Mwah. And I really am trying to stay on a schedule where I'm on at least every day to every other day. So be prepared.
Eddie,
Oh,
you're
damn. Just kidding.
fudge
Yeah, I
off.
really am. I'm doing it while I feel good right now. So, because I have those down days that I don't feel good and then I feel bad because I feel like I've abandoned you
yeah.
guys.
Wait, are you
No, you're
serious,
not
B?
abandoning us. We'll be here for you whenever you're ready.
B, are you
B,
going
All right,
live
much love,
really?
guys.
he is playing with my emotions right now.
B, are you going live? Arkansas
He's
is here.
why she got 2 wrenches?
Oh, because she naturally has one. I don't know.
What the
But
heck?
I don't know. B, if you're really going live, type a 1 in chat. That would be cool if B went live. He never goes. I am going live
Wall
for wall
twerking.
twerking in 10 minutes.
Idiot.
Yes. Arky is going live. That's what Fast Eddie said.
He's a big twerpy liar.
I appreciate you coming up, Kaylee. I do. And thank
One
you
is
very
for
much,
my
Amy.
car. Oh, one is for my car.
Yeah, this was great. Thank you so much for having me.
And you're welcome up anytime. Mwah.
Mwah.
That was weird. I'm not doing
Simpy
it.
for Swampy.
Simpy for. Okay, never mind. Anyways, thank you, Kaylee. I do. I appreciate it. You're awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Yes. Well, thank you for having the whole safe space. Not to get all weird, but I don't even talk about it on my own panel. So, you definitely got something more gooder going.
I just want everyone to know that there's more than just them out there. And there is people that have been through it, going through it, and
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, every time you do one like this, the crowd and the panel gets gradually bigger and bigger. So you're doing something right.
I hope so. I cannot
'Cause
wait till the
It's
night.
definitely not something people are comfortable talking about, and they feel comfortable to come up here and talk about it. So that in itself speaks volumes. Doing something
Well,
in the right.
hopefully, I'll tell you this much. Hopefully, after the 9th, I can write a book. That's what I'm looking forward to. And just think,
That would
Simpy Swampy gets to be in the book.
hair flip.
You have been part of my mission and healing and progress in this, and I appreciate it.
Hair flip.
But I love you all. Mwah. You all have a blessed night and a wonderful Halloween tomorrow. I will be on later, not real early, but probably about 10ish tomorrow. So it'll be a late one. But was
I
that
think
thunder?
Johnny's doing something for Halloween.
Is he really? I think
Yeah,
I'm gonna
he's-
dress up.
He's having a costume party thing, contest thingy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to bring my little fuzzy balls.
Oh my gosh.
Pineapple juice, pineapple juice.
Oh, and you know what? PZ said last time, bring your pet and dressing up your pets. You'll fit right in.
Oh yes, we'll have the little ladybug.
Yeah, he'll win for sure. Because listen, I tried just to fit in, and my dog about took my hand off when I tried to dress him up like a hot dog. So there's that.
Aww. You know what? I did pick that outfit. I picked the hot dog outfit.
Well, I have a wiener dog, so it's funny.
You have cute puppy dogs. And then they
He's
had babies. I'll be pretty close to you. So do you still have the puppies?
Well, yeah, they're still. They just barely opened their eyes. I think they were born on the 2nd of this month, so they're almost Thursday. They'll be a month old.
How old will they be around the 9th?
Of this month too?
Of November.
Well, considering the next month is tomorrow. Well, we're at 4 weeks, so probably about 5-6 weeks. I think they're supposed to stay with their mom until they're like 8 weeks. I'll have to FedEx one to you.
Okay. Can they do that still? I don't know if they can do that.
I'm totally kidding.
Goodness. Almost 6 weeks, Fast Eddie said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
I was
know.
like,
You'd probably be
"Oh."
willing to like bottle feed it. I'm sure, you weirdo.
I would. I bottle fed my Doberman. He had a
I
binky
don't
until
doubt
he
it.
was like 6 months.
She's not lying. I have pictures.
He
Never seen anything like it in my freaking life.
had a binky in a bottle. It was so cute. Like he was addicted to the baba.
Her daughter had to go make its brother bottles. Go warm it up.
It's really funny because they grew up together, and so like her bottle would like be empty, and he would bring it to me, and I'm like, dang, I just filled that up. I didn't realize that she was feeding it to the dog, and that's how he got bottle addicted. Yep. But anyways, so I will see you all on tomorrow evening. I will be going by Ryan's and checking in with my friends first. And if it'll be a late show. It'll be after Ryan's show, most definitely though.
Okay. I'll see you
I
around.
Yes, ma'am. I love you all. Mwah. I love you, Arky. Love you, Ryan.
Bye.
Fast Eddie. B. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all. I really do. Denise, thank you for checking back in. I've missed you dearly. Harley Dad, always amazing to have him around. Loki Buns, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. DK Conspiracies, we definitely have to get together for a show. Most definitely. And everyone else, mwah, I love you. Stay around. Watch the outro. It's great. Don't miss the outro.